Yeah, no, it's fine, colleagues. Let's start. Yeah, let's start. Let's settle down, colleagues. David, let's settle down. I gave everything I had. Let's start afresh. Um, colleagues, let's start. So this is how the flow will be. We'll get the the minister to present on the appointment of accounting authorities, a briefing on chairpersons. Um no, 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 it's okay. Thank you, Honorable Govan. So, and then after that, we'll give to NASFAS, and then um, or the former chair. And then we'll give to the former chair, and then we'll then have discussions. Let's just be mindful of time. It's now 5 to 6. Um, so we'll give the minister to deal with the part that was sent. You did send us the presentation. Like you said, if you want to follow a certain pattern, we can do so because we have read the presentation. You can take us through, Minister.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Do I understand you to be meaning that I should present the CETAS one and immediately go into the NSFAS, or we will have this discussion and then go into the NSFAS? Or it will be just one
Yeah,
discussion?
we just take everything and then we'll discuss at the end.
Okay, thank you. Let me start with the appointment of the CETA Accounting Authority, CEOs, and and chairpersons. We had no sitters in place, accounting authorities. We had no chairpersons in place. We had CEOs whose contracts were coming to an end on the 30th of September 2025. But we also had, as it relates to accounting authorities, an advert that was out in the public, which, in a sense, was going to exclude a significant section of members of the accounting authorities, particularly, Labour had raised observations. So upon assuming office, one of the first things that I did was to open up adverts or extend adverts for accounting authorities, I think for a period of 15 days, which meant that, the pressure was mounting. So this is the backdrop against which the department undertook the 2025 appointment, cycle. And so our starting point was simple, and it was the law. The Skills Development Act, the Public Finance Management Act, and the CETA Standard Constitution gave us clear instructions. Firstly, on accounting authorities must be constituted from legally recognized constituencies, meaning labor, business, government, community, and professional bodies. So these are the people who constitute the accounting authorities, or people who are supposed to be nominating. The minister does not choose representatives. The minister confirms what constituencies submit after verifying compliance. So the long list of names of people who constitute accounting authorities are not names from me, but are names from the different constituencies as identified. All I do is appoint chairpersons, with an additional layer now added, which requires that cabinet should note before we make the announcement. So over and above consulting the National Skills Authority, we are also expected to consult or inform cabinet for it to note the decisions. And so when the accounting authority's term expired on 31 March 2025, CEOs, as you'd recall, were permitted to stay only for 6 months until 30 September, and cannot lawfully be extended beyond that period. I cannot emphasize this any more than we have. And only a duly constituted accounting authority may recommend acting or permanent CEOs. And so this legal architecture shaped the appointments which we made in terms of accounting authorities, chairpersons, and also CEOs. We received thousands of nominations from organized labor, business, community structures, and government departments. And our obligation was to firstly verify the qualifications, screen for compliance, ensure governance and fiduciary capability, check for conflict of interest, confirm legitimacy of constituency representation, so people do represent whom they claim, or who have nominated them, and then ensure transformation, including race, gender, youth, and demographic spread. In some of the CETAs, we had to make sure that there is, particularly in terms of gender and race, and that we had to also avoid recycling of the same individuals across multiple boards, and then consider generational mix as one of the aspects. After this process, 18 accounting authorities were appointed by the 30th of September. So most of them were appointed in that week. I think just to be specific, I signed the appointment letters on the 12th of September. And between the 12th of September up to the last week of September, the process was that of verification of all of that information that I've mentioned before. And so this then concluded the largest and most complex appointment cycles in the sector's history. It was quite rushed. So most of them, upon being appointed, were faced with, or let me just talk about the profile. In terms of race, in the overall composition of the accounting authority, 62% are black African, 11% colored, 7% Indian, and 20% white. 52% in the overall are women, and also there is a significant generational mix with young people between the ages of 30 to 35 comprising close to 20% of the entire accounting authorities. We have stronger representation with quite in terms of demographic, but also in terms of the skills expertise. So as soon as these were appointed, the accounting authorities were then expected to immediately look into the filling in a potential vacuum or lacuna as it relates to the position of Chief Executive Officer. And so since their expiry was on the 30th of September 2025, if we did not resolve this, it meant that CETAs would have had no CEOs in place. So this was quite aging. So the law does not allow any extension beyond the initial 6 months rollover, which had already been exhausted. So it meant that anybody who had been extended could not be extended any further than they have been. And so we instructed all newly appointed accounting authorities to submit 3 internal executives for consideration as acting CEO or a nomination for further appointment as a CEO if they were satisfied that those CEOs were incumbents if they were satisfied with their performance. This has been a practice over the years, especially when a CETA is not being re-established. So most, if not all, the CETAs complied, and of course one or two, some few of them, we had to say to them, this is what the process is, and they subsequently followed through in terms of the CEOs. As it stands now, I think we know 3 of the CETAs are under administration. 9 of the CETAs have CEOs. The accounting authorities have recommended that we appoint the CEOs who were incumbents for a further term linked to the accounting authorities. The rest of the other 9 are undergoing the much more exhaustive process of recruiting a new CEO, and for one reason or another, the CEOs of those particular CETAs were not recommended for or considered for reappointment. So that's what happens with regards to the CETA CEOs. And so as far as we're concerned, to date, all CETAs now have lawfully appointed either CEOs or acting CEOs. In terms of the chairpersons, the appointment of chairpersons is now at an advanced stage, as I indicated that an additional layer of cabinet has been included in the process over and above the consultation with the National Skills Authority. And I think as soon as we finalize this process, we will update the portfolio committee. Now, there are other issues, Chairperson, which I think have been touched on earlier relating to, the CETA reforms and all of that. I would leave those out for now, I think, for our future engagements. But what I can confidently say, is that despite the pressure, I mean, having gone in July with a very few time period that we had to ensure that we have in place, assess thousands of applications for 18 of the SETAs to appoint, I think, about 15 board members. And in the process also ensure that there is no vacuum created as it relates to the CEO positions. I think we can confidently say, that after all the uncertainty that we had when we assumed office, there's some level of stabilization, and I think an order of stability, governance, in our view, has been strengthened. But I also think we've improved transformation and diversity across all SETAs. Acting CEOs, in our view, have been put in place, and that the SETAs have been given clear mandate to fill the CEO positions as required. And so essentially the system is, in our view, positioned for much more deeper transformation. So that's what's happening, Chairperson, with regards to the SETA accounting authorities, CEOs and chairpersons. I don't know if we can just put up the NSFAS one. Is it here? I'll talk to that, and I think the CEO and the NSFAS will then speak to the other issues. I just want to speak to the chairperson, the process of the process of the chairperson on the one hand, and also the issue of the self review. If you can go to the next item. I was given a remote control. I don't know if it will work. Will it work? Okay. I can. Oh. So what do we do? Oh. Okay. So we. Okay, so that's the act that established the NSFAS. There are those timelines, I think, just to brief the portfolio committee. 2024 August, there was a call for nominations. February 2025, the NSFAS board was appointed. SASCO lodged a complaint in April 2025. And then became persistent. There was a legal opinion that was obtained via the state attorney, which we, just before we got to meet with the full board about this, I received the news for the resignation of the chairperson of the board, and then a few days later designated the acting chairperson, Dr. Maluleke. And then we have now applied for the self-review in the High Court. I think that application happened sometime this week. So that's the timeline. Now, the reason why this self-review is, firstly, in the original appointment of the board, there was no appointment of the 3 mandatory student representatives. This was then sought to be corrected later on through co-option, which I think the advice we received was that that in itself did not necessarily correct that act. So it did not regularize the composition of the board. Secondly, the absence of the National Treasury nominee. We've consistently asked the Minister of Finance to forward a representative, but that's not the big issue. And then the issue around the master's degree, noble as this was and remain, that it wasn't applied consistently. I think there were two members members of the board who were appointed who did not necessarily possess that master's degree. And then there's that issue around the co-option of the students, as I said. So this fixes the problem where, the action of the minister was ultra vires. And so we've engaged with the NSFAS board to explain to them why this is the situation and that the problem is not about them as the board, as individual board members and as a collective, and that the issue is around their composition as a collective, and that there are some legal challenges as it relates to, to that. So we filed. There's the case number. We hope that's the relief we're seeking, that the appointment be set aside and declare the co-option unlawful. And so what would be the process beyond this? So once the court declares the decision unlawful, will then put in place a process to appoint a new NSFAS board, which is what we want to do as soon as possible. Yeah, okay. I hope we agree on more things. It will do you good. So, so that's that with regard to the interim chair and all of that. With regards to the resignation of the chairperson, so I received a letter, quite a detailed letter from the chairperson, aggrieved about what was happening within the NSFAS board. And before I could even respond to that letter, I then received a letter of resignation from the chair. We agreed that we'll meet the day after she sent me the letter of resignation. At the time when we met, the matter was already all over, the news. I specifically asked the chair, what is it that she wants me to do with the allegation? She had indicated that she wasn't accusing any specific individual of the allegations that she's made, and that the problem was systemic, that is the racism, the bullying, and so on and so forth, and that she was raising red flags. I subsequently met with the board. I wrote to the chair of the board, the interim chair, presenting to him and the board the issues that the former chair had raised, and I have received, just before this session started, the response from the board was brought to my attention. I haven't yet gone through it. I will. But what I want to emphasize, Chairperson, with regards to the former chairperson of the board of the NSFAS, is that after having thanked her for what she's done, her service to the board, I'd also indicated to her that if she has evidence to the effect of the allegations that she's raised, that she should feel free to do so. I've since been alerted that she has sent to my office a USB file. That information was brought to my attention yesterday. I haven't looked at that, at the details thereof, and I must say that we will look into the details thereof, and if the details thereof requires further investigation, we will definitely do so. So I still remain open to the former chairperson's engagements if she so wished to take the issues further. I hope that covers both matters on my part, Chairperson. Thank you.
We had also said, NSFAS, you must brief us on, since you had announced the 13.5 billion payment of private accommodation, or so you'll take us through that part now. Oh yes, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to make a presentation on governance stabilization efforts with a special focus on, no, I'm good. I'll ask Wasim to navigate. With a special focus of implementing a turnaround strategy that is created by the board that is going to strengthen governance, stabilize leadership, and restore trust in NSFAS operations. So we can go to slide 4, that is speaking about governance, stabilization, context, and continuity. The minister has already alluded to the fact that we have experienced an unexpected leadership transition following the resignation of the board chairperson. So in order to safeguard oversight stability, the minister has indicated that he appointed Dr. Maluleke as acting chairperson. This immediate intervention ensured continuity in governance at a time when strategic direction and oversight were most needed. So in addition, what the board did is that we extended the contract of the acting CEO for 4 months just to allow time until the permanent appointment of the CEO, and we allowed the recruitment process to be finalized. This avoided any operational gaps and ensured uninterrupted leadership as an institution and make sure that we are navigating key stabilization activities. Next slide. So in order to strengthen the board function, so the membership of all board committees have been reconfigured to secure an optimal blend of skills, expertise, and continuity. Clear escalation pathways and improved agenda settings protocols have been introduced to strengthen decision-making efficiency. The executive committee have been restructured to include all chairpersons of the board subcommittees, enabling integrated reporting and reducing duplication of work. Linkages between the finance committee and the ARC committee have been strengthened to ensure tighter alignment between the financial oversight and risk management. This reforms the support of the board focus on restoring stability, enhancing coherence, and embedded stronger governance practices across NSFAS. And as we know that the former deputy chair was chairperson of the Audit and Risk Committee, so we have ever since appointed a new chairperson for the Audit and Risk together with 2 other members to strengthen that function. Next slide. In order to strengthen assurance and oversight, the board has prioritized reinforcing the assurance environment as part of its turnaround effort, and the following actions have been completed. I've already spoken about the appointments of the Audit and Risk Committee, a new chairperson and 2 members. So just to say that the recruitment of these 2 activities have been concluded. The board has merged the internal audit and risk management and forensic unit into a single assurance department to ensure integrated assurance and improved coordination within AXA and internal stakeholders. Next slide, delegation of authority. The board has instructed management to prioritize completion of delegation of authority, which is a critical governance tool that outlines clear accountability and decision-making levels. Once approved during the board strategy and policy workshop that CEO has spoken to earlier, that we're going to hold in December, that will support us in terms of reducing delays in operational processes, prevent decision-making overreach, strengthen PFMA compliance, and clarify authority limits throughout NSFAS. Next slide. In terms of intergovernmental sustainable funding workshop, NSFAS in collaboration with DPME, National Treasury, and the Department of Employment and Labor, as well as DHET, will convene a high-level workshop to establish a long-term sustainable student funding framework. And CEO, after I complete, will speak to the funding framework. The aim is to develop affordable and predictable funding model align government entities on long-term financing scenarios, and stabilize financial governance and forecasting for NSFAS. Next slide. I'm going to hand over to the acting CEO to speak to student accommodation processes. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Dr. Maputa. Chair, we are stabilizing the student accommodation sector. We've made some new appointments in that space there. We've instructed the establishment of a dedicated structure, and this is part of the transitional process for us to build capacity to be able to take over the student accommodation function and to implement it without the need for any middlemen. We've spoken quite considerably about the student accommodation protocol today, so I'm not going to revisit that. Really what we are aiming for in student accommodation is to avoid many of the challenges that we've seen through proper forecasting, placement, proper onboarding, and a downstream payment flow from there. We've also spoken quite considerably about regionalization, but our board has approved phase 1 of the regionalization plan. We are working with organized labor in implementing that, finalizing the role profiles, and finalizing the policy amendment which will guide recruitment within the decentralized framework, with the recruitment being ring-fenced to existing NSFAS employees. Our company secretariat was a bit thin on capacity as well. That is critical to governance stability. The structure provided for 5 positions, but only 1 position was filled. We've recruited 1 governance officer. Recruitment is underway for the 2nd governance officer. And with the strengthened capacity, it will improve board administration, compliance, minute-taking, workflow management, and policy governance. The focus on the next few months is, of course, running a stable start to the 2026 academic year, consolidating the governance reforms and completing the policy and strategy workshop, rolling out the delegation of authority, implementing the regionalization roadmap, strengthening intergovernmental funding processes and implementing the sustainable funding framework, having an independent, strengthened audit and risk committee, and capacitating the secretariat unit. I think just the request was that we also prepare a presentation on 2024 and 2025 outstanding payments for student accommodation. There were some discrepancies that were identified in the 2024 disbursements. In 2025, NSFAS introduced enhanced validation and verification processes, and it requested solution partners to resubmit all invoices for colleges and universities. This measure was implemented to ensure that all invoices undergo those enhanced processes. All those invoices have now been received and verified. We have received claims to the value of 48 million, 18 million for TVET and 30 million for universities, affecting about 655 accommodation providers. The planned disbursement is scheduled for the end of November, and we've issued a circular in this regard. For 2025 disbursements to accommodation, we ran all 10 scheduled disbursements. We've, as indicated before, disbursed almost 6 billion to 4,654 accommodation providers, catering for 134,000 students. We do a mop-up payment for universities, TVETs, and accommodation at the end of November. Those outstanding 2025 claims are undergoing validation and verification processes. Sorry, any valid claim will be included in the mop-up payment, which is scheduled for the end of November. For student funding, we've concluded all student allowance disbursements on the TVET and the university side. We have paid all tuition for universities up to September. We still owe universities for October tuition. We've paid all TVET colleges except 3, which have exceeded their allocation up to their full disbursement. It's only 3 that are outstanding, and we're currently consulting with DHET about how we deal with 3 that have exceeded their allocation. And again, just to mention, we're doing the 2025 mop-up payment. Just from a cash flow perspective, universities had an allocation after reprioritization of 51.6 billion. We've paid to date 41.7 billion. We have a balance of about 9.8 billion. Of that, 1.2 billion is reflected in our bank account we have a January tranche payment from the DHET of 7.8 billion. I'm hoping to pay half of the university's outstanding tuition payment before we break for the academic year, and to pay the other half when we return in January. We then will have 6.5 billion in our bank account. We have an additional 2 billion rand that's due to us from the National Skills Fund, and that will enable us to have about 8.5 billion in our account, which leaves us enough cash to be able to facilitate all the January to March payments. Today, we've had a number of discussions about cash required to facilitate disbursements, which plays a critical role in the start to the academic year. On the TVET side, we've expended about 10.3 billion against a budget of 10.1 billion. We have prior year surpluses, about 200 million left over in our bank account. We have a January tranche from DHET of about 1.8 billion that will come in. We owe, as I've mentioned, 3 TVET colleges 600 million in October tuition, which we will most likely only pay in the new year. And that will leave us with a bank balance of about 1.4 billion. We also have about 989 million outstanding from the DHET in terms of a special allocation. That was for the TVET equalization increase. For the TVETs, we have a January to March projected disbursement of about 668 million. Again, Chairperson, we have sufficient cash to meet our January to March obligations, which will support stabilization of the sector. Chair, with that, I'll pause the NSFAS presentation.
Thank you very much, Acting CEO. The former chair, Dr. Stander, I'm told you're online, we had also asked that you prepare a presentation. Dr. Stander?
Good evening, Chair. I wonder if you can hear me.
No, we can't. The sound, we can try it again. The sound was
The
terrible.
sound is not.
Yeah, no, the sound.
Chair, can we try? I'm not sure how to fix the sound on Teams. Is there any one that could?
Your sound like the sound on the movies. When somebody's, the voice, when they are trying to get a different sound. Please try it again, former chair.
Let's try again. I'm trying to see. I'm presenting from my laptop, so I'm not sure. Is it better now?
No, it's not. Is that the only device you have next to you?
I can try and join from my phone, Chair.
Yeah, maybe let's try that.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Yeah, but you will share the presentation from what? From your laptop?
Yes, Chair.
Okay.
Chair, would this be better?
Try on the phone, but switch off the mic of the laptop. Dr. Stander?
I'm just busy now.
Huh?
Chair, I'm trying to just get my laptop to mute on the other side. It's quite difficult, but perhaps
You're
the-
speaking from the same device.
I don't know. Give me 2 seconds.
Yeah, I was saying if you have joined on two devices, close the mic of this one, the first one. It's not right, that one. And then open the mic of the second one.
It's not working.
Okay.
My laptop doesn't want to mute the sound coming through.
No, it's a sound.
Let's.
Okay.
We can share, if the secretary did email the presentation in PowerPoint format, he could perhaps share it and then I could just speak to it. Or alternatively, I'm not sure how would you like to proceed, Chair?
The problem is we can't hear, so I'm trying to check who else is online there. Open. I get it, that's what I said. Let me check who else is on the line. Dr. Arendse, can you just speak there? I want to check if it's our device or what.
Yes, Chair, I'm online. You can hear me?
Yeah, it's a.
Am I audible?
No, I think we have a problem of a speaker this side. So, yeah,
Are you still struggling to hear me as well?
yeah, I think
Chairperson,
the
Chairperson,
We can hear each other clearly on the online.
yeah, Dr. Arendse.
Chair.
Yes, Zondo.
yes, we can hear each other on the online very clear, but you are too.
Okay, it's fine, my man. We will just rejoin the meeting.
We can't hear you clearly in the house.
Okay. Yeah, we can hear you. Dr. Stander? Oh, no, it's fine. Dr. Stander?
Yes, Chair.
Yeah,
Yes, Chair.
no. I think Zondo brought something that has breached whatever was. So no, we thought there was a spiritual warfare against you, but then Zondo joined on your side, and then I think it's a draw now. So we can hear you clearly. We can hear you clearly, Dr. Stander. You can continue. And we have given you sharing rights. You can share your presentation.
Oh, okay. Can I try to rejoin from my laptop because I'm speaking from my phone at the moment?
Yeah, you can even open the. You still have two devices with you.
Yes.
Yeah, go to the where you can share.
Okay, just give me 2 seconds, please, Chair. Okay. Good evening, Chair. Let me just then share let's navigate Zoom and share my presentation. Can you hear me at the moment?
Yes, we can hear you. We just want to see the presentation.
Chair, can you see the presentation?
Not yet. Yes, we can see.
Okay. Chair, may I proceed? Okay. Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister, Acting DG, colleagues from Department of Higher Education and NSFAS, I want to thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today, and I would like to thank the committee for taking my own and my children's safety into account and letting me appear online. This submission was prepared strictly within the provisions of the Protected Disclosure Act, the PFMA, the NSFAS Act, as well as King 4. I'm here only to answer the questions as were raised, Chair, based on my direct experiences during my tenure as the Chair, and it is how I, as the Chair at the time, perceived it. I will not make any allegations against any individuals, and I will describe governance conditions, patterns, and risks as I experience them in fulfilling my fiduciary duties. There's also a confidentiality statement, Chair, and I just need to draw your attention that the submission was originally provided in confidence to the Honourable Minister and also separately through the SIU through the protected channels. My opening remarks, Honourable Chair and Honourable Members, are based entirely on published academic literature. I will present 3 independent analytical pillars here today and then use a term or a method called triangulation, which is a combination of variable or multiple evidence sources and show a consistent pattern that emerged.
Dr. Stander,
Hey.
go up, move your cursor to the top there where it's red. No, not that side. Come back this side. The other side, yeah, on top. Go on top.
You want to?
Yes, right there. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Then you can go to slide 3.
Okay. Chair, so first I'd like to draw your attention to what Arendt explains is a strategic liability. That's when 3 conditions are present in any organization. 1, they become costly. 2, they are difficult to convert into something better. And 3, the burden of their failure is carried by the principal. These 3 characteristics together form the litmus test of when an organization begins harming the very system it was meant to support. Second, agency theory, first described by Eisenhardt and then further developed by various authors, shows what happens when a principal such as the state delegates a task to an agent such as NSFAS. When the agent holds more information than the principal, or when incentives are misaligned, the agent may drift away from the principal's goal. And these are known as agency problems. Third, the NSFAS Act itself, together with governance expectations embedded through King 4, provides the statutory and ethical framework under which NSFAS must operate. NSFAS and you would see its recent literature confirms this. NSFAS is an agent of government policy, responsible for advancing access, equity, and transformation in higher education. These authors document communication and accountability failures. They identify policy implementation weaknesses and describe exclusionary outcomes for vulnerable learners. These studies show persistent agency problems at NSFAS, goal misalignment, inefficiency, information gaps, and operational drifts. When we triangulate these pillars, we get an agent that has drifted away from its principal's intention. So from an academic perspective, the question before us today is not whether NSFAS is experiencing operational difficulties. Literature shows that NSFAS displays the exact combination of features that Ardern identified: costliness, difficult of conversion, and the fact that society ultimately bears the losses. Together, these characteristics raise the academic question of whether NSFAS now fits the definition of a strategic liability for its principal, the South African government, and ultimately society. As accounting authority, my obligation under PFMA was clear. I must identify risks early, act on them, report on them without fear and favor. And as scripture reminds us, we must test everything and hold fast to what is good. Today I'm doing exactly that and applying the published evidence and holding fast to what still serves our students and our country. And before you ask me, Chair, am I saying that NSFAS is a strategic liability? I'm not making that final determination. I'm presenting the evidence for you to evaluate. And today, I will skip over some of the purpose slides. I'm going to just say that I'm answering only the questions, and then I will wrap up and what my constructive feedback would be to take NSFAS forward. The toxic environment that I mentioned and in which you asked clarity for, this concept is not emotional, Chair. It's a recognized governance and leadership construct. The environment described relates to the conditions that make oversight difficult and can create long-term institutional harm if unaddressed. It does not refer to a person, but to organizational patterns. Based on the academic definitions presented here, and this was my perception and what I experienced, I saw inconsistent communication, resistance to legitimate oversight, breakdowns in processes, exclusionary behavior, and erosion of trust and safety. These patterns cumulatively affected what is, in my opinion, the board's ability to discharge its PFMA obligations. The term toxicity refers strictly to a perceived governance variance, PFMA obligations that I could not meet. or that the board could not meet. King 4 principles, particularly transparency and role clarity, that were difficult to uphold. The board's ability to function as an accounting authority, to me, became impaired. It was never a personal libel, Chair. It was a fiduciary assessment. I now move to the various factors that I listed in my letter of resignation. First of all, psychological safety. Psychological safety is the essential condition for a board to function effectively. Something critical for a PFMA governed entity. A psychologically unsafe environment shows predictable behaviors. People stop asking questions, avoid conflict, and withdraw from oversight responsibilities. My experience aligned with several of these indicators. The result was that difficult governance issues became harder to escalate internally, which is precisely why the PFMA requires escalation beyond the entity when internal mechanisms fail. To illustrate what I experienced and why the environment remained toxic, I can give you a few examples without referencing any one person. Vice chancellors, USAF, chairs of councils, and CFOs repeatedly and still to this day contact me when they are left waiting in meetings, or when students' bodies on their campuses become uneasy because NSFAS is not responding to urgent matters. In several cases, NSFAS interpreted my willingness to listen to these stakeholders as taking the side of universities. I was not aware that we have any sides. And this created tension and mistrust within the organization. Board members, including myself, often had to raise their voices simply to request to be spoken to respectfully, to be allowed to finish a sentence, Chair. On one occasion, a CI was removed from a meeting. In other meetings, diverse opinions were just merely sidelined, which is inconsistent with the collegiality expected in an accounting authority. The cumulative effect of these barriers contributed to all the chartered accountants who were originally appointed resigning from the board. This in itself is a significant governance red flag. Psychological safety also deteriorated in subtler ways. For example, calls that were not returned, messages that were ignored, or being excluded from key strategic interactions with stakeholders, or being informed of such at a late hour that made it almost impossible to attend. This made it difficult as a board to meet PFMA obligations. Racism in governance literature is understood structurally. Exclusion through language, norms, or participation, not necessarily intent. In my experience, discussion shifted into a vernacular that I didn't understand. That created real exclusion. My academic qualifications, including my PhD, were mocked publicly, despite the fact that they were part of the basis on which I was appointed and nominated by various institutions. Raising governance issues was at the time reframed as interference, creating the perception that adhering to the PFMA was an act of disloyalty. Again, Chair and members, I'm not alleging racial intent. I'm describing a structural exclusion and the effect it had on governance processes and on my ability to fulfill my fiduciary role. Bullying in governance settings refers to behavior that undermines a person's or a participant's dignity or their ability to participate. I experience dismissive communication, being excluded from key conversations, and attempts to be silenced or override legitimate oversight responsibility. When such behaviors occur in accounting authority, it weakens control systems. This is documented in all literature. Examples that align with this academic definition is being spoken to a tone that in a tone that felt dismissive or derogatory. Being told that I may not do research when that is part of being able to give proper oversight. Governance concerns being reframed as personal failings rather than issues to resolve. Efforts to silence discussions when I attempted to escalate risks. These patterns have measurable governance consequences, documented governance consequences. They weaken oversight and discourage early reporting of material risk. Chair, I would like to highlight one matter that I did raise both with the former minister and the current minister during our meetings. A matter that has been misrepresented publicly in the recent days, particularly in media attempts to elicit comments from me at the time when I resigned. The safety concerns I raised did not originate from personal preference or a desire for personal safety. They arose from three sources of risk: my engagement with the SIU, my constant engagement with the Hawks, and situational concerns observed during a site visit with employees and unions at the Wynberg offices. Because of these factors, and in line with the PFMA, I requested that a safety and risk analysis be conducted for the entire board, specifically for myself and my capacity as chair, and for the then deputy chairperson, and for the Wynberg offices and where they are situated. This was not about personal protection, Chair. It was about ensuring that everyone from the board to every employee could operate in an environment where they felt safe enough to fulfill their duties without fear or discrimination. In my view, it has always been shaped by a simple principle: just do what is right. My intention in raising safety issues were never self-serving. It was institutional, ensuring that the governance environment was safe, functional, and compliant, so that all of us could carry out our responsibilities. Intimidation is defined as behavior that carries the perception of risk for fulfilling your duty. Calls and messages that were sometimes ignored for long periods, forcing me to meet with external stakeholders, including the minister of the DPME, without organizational support. When accommodation providers, some of whom speak very limited English, phoned me in tears because they have not been paid, I would raise these concerns and face defensive rather than problem-solving words. Mothers of students whose funds showing in the university's accounts were spoken about in ways that I found deeply disrespectful. I had sleepless nights about the 13 billion exposure, only to discover later in front of the SRC of UNISA that the second semester had effectively been cancelled. This never happened, and the minister did concur that we might reprioritize funds. But these types of experiences created a real perception of risk around escalating governance failures. Personal attacks. When governance questions were raised, discussions sometimes shifted from the issue to the individual, questioning whether I was taking the side of universities, implying disloyalty because I answered calls from USAF, the chiefs of council or CFOs in crisis, ridiculing my qualification, imputing motive rather than addressing the problem. This shifted the tone from accountability to personalization, which is destructive in any board environment. Chair, you also asked about the engagement with Minister. I will now address what occurred with Minister, reporting directly to the committee's questions. When internal escalation failed and after SIU guidance, I communicated confidentially with the Minister of Higher Education. This was not because of preference, but because the PFMA requires me to do so. I want to emphasize that I acted lawfully. I acted in good faith. All engagements was confidential, respectful, and strictly within statutory channels. I did not leak any documents, but emotionally it was extremely difficult, Chair. My family and I have carried the weight of this, and UNISA has arranged trauma counseling, for which I am greatly grateful. To be clear, Chair, concerns were raised internally first. After SIU guidance and failed internal resolution, I escalated confidentially to the Minister. The Minister acknowledged receipt and the requested supporting documentation. Documents were delivered on a USB on the 25th of November 2025. A duplicate set was provided to the SIU on the 18th of November 2025. I made no public statements. I did not leak anything. I followed the law exactly. In many ways, Chair, you can say I started and ended my career at NSFAS with the SIU. I want to be honest with the committee. This has been an extraordinary emotional period for me and my family. Despite the calm tone in which I speak today, the strain has been significant, and I'm grateful for UNISA for providing the trauma counseling because of the cumulative weight of governance failures, public narratives, and personal attacks was overwhelming. However, I stand here today because I believe in the power of education. I believe in accountability. I believe in telling the truth respectfully and without personal accusations. And I believe that is essential for the future of NSFAS. Chair and members, I'd like to address an important contextual issue. While I committed to privately and formally engage with the Minister, and the acting CEO giving public statements to the media. I raise this not to criticize, but because it directly illustrates the point made in agency theory and King Fall. There must be clear boundaries between the principal and the agents. That boundary protects accountability, independence, and transparency. The blurring of roles between principal and agent is a classic red flag, in both agency theory and in King 4. When the governance body and executives operate without clear boundaries, accountability weakens. Increase. I now shift from experience to solutions. These proposals are constructive, implementable, and aligned with the Cabinet's medium-term expenditure framework. There are three imperatives. National funding priorities must be clarified. Without a clear national vision, no funding model can be sustainable. NSFAS must operate strictly within the EF envelope. Cabinet has made this explicit. As society, we need to consider a bank-enabled funding architecture. Banks already perform verification, compliance, and risk functions at scale. Funds can remain under control of National Treasury or a Reserve Bank. This reduce irregular expenditure risk. And before you ask me, am I proposing that we privatize NSFAS? No. Government retains the funds. Banks provide specialized administrative functions. And additional steps would be to establish a national risk framework for accommodation, perhaps a national accommodation audit, identify and verification of systems integrity, reform the accommodation platforms. UJ has offered Hive engage with them, and USAF has made capacity available. We need to strengthen the partnerships with USAF. We are not on opposing sides. We are all here to ensure access to higher education. We need to make sure that students complete. I've always said we can't just take students to university, Chair. We need to take them through university. And on the other side, we need to also make sure they are employable. So they have, right, would create a return on investment, because in the end, society's tax money was invested in our children to return back to society. We cannot keep on creating a cycle where students go to university and poof, the bubble pops. They go back with no job. We need to recenter the bubble and not operations. Documented governance. Am I declaring NSFAS a strategic liability to society? Let us go back to where I started this afternoon. Triangulation of the verified evidence. Arendt's 2004 litmus test for a strategic liability. The agency theory mechanisms described and the statutory mandate established through the NSFAS Act and analyzed by various authors, produces a consistent academic conclusion. NSFAS as an agent is showing signs of drift, displaying the same costliness, inconvertibility, and public bond losses that aren't identified as the hallmarks of a strategic liability. The question is important because it determines the scales of the needed reform. Reform that must be driven by Cabinet and converted into policy by DPME and National Treasury. So I ask the committee today to reflect and consider whether the strategic mandate, agency theory failures, and the Arendt's litmus test are all converging. And as I reflect in closing, education is the most sustainable anti-poverty tool we have as a country. If we are able to stabilize NSFAS, millions of students can benefit over decades. Galatians 6 verse 9 reminds us to persevere in doing what is right, even when it is difficult. My intention throughout was to protect students, the institution, and the integrity of public funding. My closing message is simple. Education is the light. if we safeguard NSFAS, we safeguard that light for future generations. Thank you, Chair, and back to you.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Stander. Thank you, thank you. So we will. So how long do you need? 10 minutes? It's 7 now. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Stander. I like how you quote when you introduce a subject. I think I'm going to learn from that. I'll start with you, Honorable Msazan. Must I note you all, or I can just decide? No, all of them. So, Msazan. Okay. Yeah, it will be Honorable Mosazana, Honorable Khachao, Honorable Khabo, Honorable Lonzi, Honorable Governor, Honorable Ngubani, Honorable Law. In that, Honorable Zondo, are you still on the platform? Okay. Honorable Zondo is on the platform. He'll ask his own question. I see. Let's go.
No, thank you very much, Chair. Chair, there's a quote that I read yesterday that says, those who know have a duty to act. Then it is referenced Albert Einstein. So I'm encouraged by Dr. Stander. Maybe, firstly, Dr. Stander, thank you very much for your service. And thank you very much for speaking out about what seems to be real issues at NSFAS. We'll certainly get to the root of the issues or the allegations thereof. If you could just be very, very quickly and precise, when did you resign? The date of the resignation?
Chair, let me just quickly check on my emails. It was the Sunday.
Okay, while you look at that, did you, okay, is your husband, Dr. Ledo Stander, the CEO of Tshwane Economic Development Agency?
Yes.
Okay. Did you attempt to influence the headhunting process to include a candidate that is alleged to have hired your husband at Tshwane city of Tshwane, I mean?
No.
So, I'm just trying to get the name of, so I'm looking at the allegations that are made here to propose that maybe some of your allegations that you've made stem from this. That is, as per this whistleblower that would have sent this email. I think it would have been shared amongst other members as well, so that you're just comfortable that I'm not reading this from somewhere or on my WhatsApp or somewhere, but it was a whistleblower. So it is said that, but you said you did not participate in the process of trying to sneak in another candidate outside of the process.
No, I did not sneak in any candidates.
Okay. It is also alleged that you were engaging in solidarity, even though the board had instructed you to desist from such engagement. Did you do that or did you not do that?
No, I did not, while I was chair, engage with solidarity.
You
I
did
did
not-
have an appointment to, actually, I did have an appointment, but when the board instructed me not to speak to, actually not solidarity, but it was academia around them, as their bursary function, help in the hunt.
Now I can't
I've
hear.
got a
Now we can't hear anything.
99%. Sorry.
Did you or did you not?
Muted.
Did you or did you not continue to desist from such engagements when you've been instructed by the board?
I did not, while I was the board, I told the chair of the board, continue with such engagement.
Chair, I'm failing to hear you, but maybe you can follow up on my behalf so that I move. I have other issues to deal with. You are alleged to have leaked sensitive information of NSFAS to Outer. Did you do that or did you not do that?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you not launch unauthorized investigation into senior executive management in NSFAS?
No, I did not.
Okay, thank you very much. And thank you very much again for your service and also your APA 6 referencing on your presentation. We will pursue these matters or these allegations as we continue to also pursue the allegations that we have made to the governance at NSFAS, as it were, and also in the board. Thank you very much. Minister Sangbuil, maybe as a start, Minister, I think it is important maybe for me to firstly express my concern, not my concern as a person, but my concern as a deployed member from Mkhonto weSizwe Party, to say it might appear that, you know, because of blue lights minister and red carpet for a prolonged period of time, you might be carried away. But Minister, it is important that I remind you that you are accountable before this portfolio committee and you are accountable to the people of South Africa. It cannot be correct that it took you almost 2 months to respond to the portfolio committee, regardless of the letters that would have been sent by the chair on behalf of the portfolio committee to remind you that we were requesting responses from the meeting on the 19th of September. We further, as employees of Mkhonto weSizwe, wrote to the speaker. The speaker took us through the process but said that she will then send our letter to the chair of chairs to remind you. And still there was no response from yourselves. So regardless of those letters, you did not send an apology stating that you have issues. We have never received such a letter until when you finally decide to send responses, when you should have been accounting to this portfolio committee, you then include the excuses, which I view as excuses. So I just wanted to remind you that first, Minister, because it's very important. So that's just my introduction. I'm going to firstly deal with issues that are not in this presentation, as it were, Chair, but are very important. It's part of the letters that we would have sent to the acting DG, to the Minister, and to the DG that is on sick leave. Firstly, Minister, maybe let me first comment the speed in which the acting DG would have gotten us the report. I want to believe that, Minister, you would have it at your disposal in and around the issue of the KZN regional manager. But let me start here, Minister. I'm further concerned on behalf of the organization that sent me here that your inaction in actually acting against the DG on these very serious allegations made around illegal appointment of the regional manager, now the former regional manager. You have on 2 occasions, 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 2 relied on the DG that is implicated or conflicted in the process to give you a report. He has gave you 2 reports that did not satisfy you, but you have not acted or done nothing about it. Now, we have at our disposal a report after sending letters to the acting DDG or acting DG, the DDG Zungu. The report clearly indicates that the then or the resigned now regional manager, in actual fact, resigned from Government of Basic Education in Gauteng. He actually resigned before he came to DHET. And the DG on 2 or more occasions have said before this committee that it was a transfer or lateral transfer. I can't remember the word that he used to speak to that transfer. On 2 occasions, Minister. Now that there's such a report, which I would assume that is at your disposal. If not, it's been shared to us by the department. What are you going to do about it? If you could just speak to that part for now, Minister.
Thank you very much, Honourable Member. I think firstly, with regards to the outstanding responses from the 19th of September, from our meeting of the 19th of September, that we have subsequently given the chair of the portfolio committee the responses, and we have indicated, I think you may regard them as excuses, but those are the challenges which we're confronted with in providing the responses, and we hope that the responses that you've received were satisfactory to that effect.
Minister,
Secondly,
maybe before you
that
continue, sorry to stop you, Minister. You were sent letters to remind you of the responses. You did not respond to the letters. 2 or 3 from the chair on behalf of the portfolio committee, and a letter that I would have sent on behalf of us as the deployees of Umkhonto Party, I think about 2 letters. So, because you failed to respond to alert the chairperson that you're having challenges, then it would definitely be what I regard as excuses. As you proceed, Minister.
Okay, that's fine. But I think the point besides, Honourable Member, is that we had questions that we had to respond to which spanned 3 ministries. And that's the delay. I acknowledge, and we've indicated to the chairperson our apologies and thanked him for his indulgence, and we hope that you have received the responses, and we will ensure, chairperson and honourable member, that we do provide sufficient responses and on time to the committee in the future, to the best of our ability. Secondly, I have indicated to you, honourable member, that unfortunately, there was no way that we could have acted on your request for information without having to ask the Director General for information. And I think, as you've indicated, that we've pressed him for more information when the responses were not satisfactory. You may read whatever you read in terms of the report that you've received from our department, but what I can assure you is that we are looking into the report and ensuring that the necessary action are taken in that regard. So that's all I'm prepared to say on that matter for now.
So, Minister, what becomes the problem is that you don't see any sense of urgency of acting on serious matters. When, I think it was 30 June, when you were presenting, when Dr. Nkaban was still minister, I think you were sweeping and you were very confident. You said you don't up and act on issues. This issue would have been raised by myself from last year, November. Now there's reports that indicate what we've been requesting for intervention or investigation from your office now as minister. You have done nothing. Now you are saying you're still looking into the report, you're putting no timelines, there's no sense of urgency. It would seem as if the DG is untouchable, whereas whenever there are issues, nothing is being done. There are issues of underspending at NSFAS and many other departments where there's no consequence management, none whatsoever. Now we're speaking about issues of serious allegations of corruption, fraud, and illegal appointment that has the DG in it. And you are saying you are looking into the report, and that's all you can say for now.
Well, I didn't say I'm looking at the report or just looking at the report. I've said that the necessary actions that need to be taken are being taken in that regard. As I've said at the time, and I'll continue to say this now, and when you quoted me then and now, is that, you know, there are allegations. You've asked for a report. We've given you the report. And on the basis of your prompting us for a report, we will definitely take action on that particular report. It may not be of your required action, Honorable Msezana, but we are acting on that report, which we've handed over to you.
No, it's fine, Minister. It is clear that here we have a situation where it's either comradely or there's just no willingness to deal with issues of serious nature of this nature. But I think we'll take it up on the relevant departments, as it were. Does the minister have, apologies, Minister, does the DG have authority to charge principals of TVET colleges or executive management at that level? Let's say principals of colleges in this instance, as delegated authority by yourself?
Yes, unless delegated authority by the minister.
Only then he has authority to then charge.
Now, are you referring to college, TVET college principals?
TVET college principals.
Yes, so the authority to appoint or discipline college TVET principals lies with the minister.
So the DG cannot charge a TVET college principal?
Not
At least according to the
not
Act.
as per the Act.
Okay. Are you aware that there is allegations that a certain principal in one of the TVET colleges in Mpumalanga has been charged by the Director General?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware? I think I would have furnished the department, Anele, I even reminded you that there's such, that has happened, Minister, which will need your intervention, unless you've remembered now.
Let me just, actually, I have been alerted yesterday that one of the college principals have actually been charged as we're preparing for this meeting. So I am aware of that, yeah.
Okay, Minister, there was an issue that I would have raised earlier in and around vacancies, especially as it relates to our state of readiness and as it relates to governance instability in our campuses and institutions. I would have reminded DDG Ngwenya that there was a commitment made that executive positions would have been filled by end of October. She considered to that a commitment that she had made, but obviously explained that there were shortcomings which did not sit well with me, because again, I only view it as excuses. It does not change the fact that we have a crisis of people that are acting in your department that you lead. Currently, I think in this room alone, we have about 4 or 5 people that are acting at executive level that are supposed to be accounting to the DG and yourself as the minister there. So I was really not impressed by her explanation. But be that as it may, there is a serious concern about an issue of one, obviously you'd remember, Minister, that we do unannounced oversight visits in colleges and universities. And when we interact with the executives there and students and all stakeholders there, we do come across these issues and we must raise it with you. I've already sent a letter which has been acknowledged again by your office around a vacancy and other vacancies, because I'm told there's about 10 vacancies or so there that are still vacant now, including a very critical vacancy at a TVET college in KZN now, where a principal had undergone the process of interviews, shortlisting to a point of recommendation, and apparently the former minister did not sign the recommended candidate. Well, it's not really about the candidate, but it's about the process that would have undertaken and unfolded to that point. The DDG has also indicated that the college was not informed of that, whether rejection from the previous minister, and obviously the reasons as to why was that the case, if that process would have undertaken. I know that acting DG, but on his capacity as the DDG for the TVET branch, might shed some light if maybe this has not come to your attention. And the DDG Ngwenya can also, I think, assist on this aspect. Maybe if in your handover, you might have come across it, you might have not. But as things stands, the DDG Ngwenya and DDG Zungu had said, well, now is acting in that capacity, that by Friday, they would have put the matter to rest in terms of what then happens. I think would have engaged with yourself as well. But I just wanted to know what maybe you have to say about that, because currently the particular post is not advertised, which means that it's somewhere floating.
Well, I don't have the details, so as soon as I get the details, I think we can give you information. But if DDG Ngwenya and acting DG Zungu have given you some commitment, I'm sure they'll keep up to that, and I will follow up with them.
No, thanks, Minister. Maybe let me land there for now and trust that my colleagues will do justice on the other issues of SITAs. And when I get a second bite, if the chair will grant me, then I think I'll speak to the issues of SITAs. NSFAS, there is acting CEO. On there was, okay, on the reprioritized funds that would have only covered the 2 months of this academic year, and there's a remaining 8 months that you did not get to a point where you tell us what would have happened. Was the money that would have been surplus from the monies that you would have reprioritized, then would have covered or is going to cover this period? And to what degree is this period not covered? Was it only for the meal allowances that would have not maybe been dispersed, but you would have paid for accommodation and tuition? So I just want to get an understanding of what would have happened of these other 8 months, and to what degree would you have gone? And maybe finally, my last question to you is on the closeout projects. I know that there's an issue of students that would have been funded by NSFAS that have now graduated but don't have their certificates. One example would be MUT, that I would have inquired on other matters, then would have told me that there are graduates there that were NSFAS beneficiaries, many of them, but did not get their certificates due to the fact that NSFAS is owning the institution, but the students were fully funded, and most of them don't have even what you call supplementary exams or added modules or so forth and so on. So if you could just touch on the closeout project as it relates to students that were funded but are now out of the system, but their certificates are withheld, and then that one of the reprioritized fines of those students that would have been covered for this process.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Msezane. So when we handled the reprioritization of funds, that was concluded round about September 2025. Yeah, and the commitment that we would have made to students and institutions at the time, that through the reprioritization process, we would be in a position to cover the full cost of tuition. We would be in the position to cover the full cost of accommodation in the instance that the majority of these students, whether the universities or whether private accommodation providers, had held them or kept them in residences at their own risk. Yeah. And I felt it important that we do settle those obligations. We did indicate in the circular that we issued that we would only be in a position from a cash flow perspective to pay the allowances prospectively. So we wouldn't be able to pay retrospective allowances. So we were able to disperse allowances for October and November, which we have done so. Of course, student bodies were not entirely happy with that decision. I have made a commitment to student bodies to say that should there be surplus funds available for the 2025 academic year, which generally there is because students leave, they deregister, some of them exit, and that creates a surplus of funds, we will see up to how much of the 8 months outstanding allowances we could pay, and we'll make a back payment to those students. On the issue of the closeout project, we have, through the closeout project, attended to a number of universities and concluded their cycles of submissions for closeout. Through closeout 250,000 students have been enabled to receive their graduation certificates. Closeout has been something that has hanged over NSFAS's head, has impacted on its audit reports, has impacted on student lives. And we have set a firm deadline for university closeout right up to 2024 to be done by December this year. And we have raised the issue and escalated non-complying institutions to USAF and to university branch to enable their support in getting non-compliant institutions to submit. But that is our intention, to conclude all closeout up to 2024 by December. We have also introduced the methodology for which the previous academic year, so as we close out 2025, by 31 March 2026, institutions must submit their closeout data for the previous year. We must conclude it by 30th of April so that NSFAS is able to submit financial statements on the 31st of May. With your specific reference to MUT, I'm happy to look into the specific issues associated with that institution and support any students which may be struggling to receive their certificates. Thanks, Chair.
Well, thank you very much, Honorable Khakhaw.
Thank you, Chairperson. Yeah, ideally more time would be great. But Minister, I first need to, let's go to the, we've had conversations about the appointment of accounting authorities. And you said that you have submitted the 3 administrators that the DA had brought to your attention to have a problem with to the Public Service Commission. Have you since received a response from the Public Service Commission?
Nope. We have made follow-up with the Public Service Commission.
Can you project more?
No, we haven't. We haven't received a final report from the Public Service Commission. We have made follow-up with the chairperson of the PSC about 2 weeks ago, and they asked for additional information, which we have furnished them with that information. But there was also a confusion in terms of what we're asking them to do, because they were looking into matters that were being canvassed in the court already. You know, whether the minister had the right to put in place administration. But what we basically have been asking them to do is whether the administrators that we've put into place are competent. So I think that has been clarified, so we will get a report soonest from the PSC. So we will follow up with that.
Okay, thank you. That's fine. The reason I'm asking you is because ideally, Chairperson, what beyond just the 3 gentlemen in question, what I think will serve the sector a great exercise is if this committee were to have a joint committee session with the committee that deals with public service and administration, and have the Public Service Commission there so that we are able to have a more robust conversation to thrust out the issues of the caliber of administrators that exist within the PSEC as a way moving forward. Perhaps that could also serve as a benchmarking exercise of how we assess the quality and the benchmark of public service administration across government, Chair. So maybe that's something we must look into in 2026, and I'll submit substantively, that's fine. Now, Chair, let's deal with your CEO appointments, Minister. Minister, you received a legal opinion on your appointments that says, I'm going to quote 2 sections within that, and you must tell me if it's true or not, according to understanding, but luckily legal is here. The opinion says, outgoing CEOs may lawfully be recommended for reappointment to a new fixed term by the AA based on satisfactory performance, subject to the minister's approval. However, they may not be recommended or appointed as acting CEOs because upon expiry of their contracts, they are no longer employees of SETAs. The minister must appoint an acting CEO from amongst the current executive management employees submitted by the AAs. Outgoing CEOs cannot be regarded as employees beyond 30 September 2025 and therefore cannot be recommended in that capacity. Any recommendation that includes outgoing CEOs for acting positions should be regarded as irregular and beyond the legal framework, close quote. The second quote, same from legal, says, Minister, open quote, the minister must appoint acting CEOs from amongst the current executive management employees submitted by the AA. Outgoing CEOs cannot be regarded as employees beyond 30, this is a reiteration, September 2025, and therefore cannot be recommended in that capacity. Any recommendation that includes outgoing CEOs for acting positions should be regarded as irregular and beyond the legal framework. Do you share this understanding? I'm a close quote. Does the code, do the codes that I've just submitted now ring a bell to your ear?
Firstly, I must say that I have not asked for any legal advice officially from any legal firm. But having listened to what you said, I think that's an almost reiteration of what the latter and spirit of the Act, of the Skills Development Act, and also of the regulations would emphasize, meaning that basically that for an acting position, we cannot consider a CEO who was active in that particular position beyond their contract being expired, and that it should be amongst those who are active at senior management. So I think that's just about what the Act requires.
Minister, I think my question was very clear. I'm asking if the code rings a bell to any submission that was given to your office.
Well, you asked me about
The
a
codes are
legal
just-
advice. That's what you asked me about.
Minister?
You said there's a legal advice. If I heard you properly, and what I said was that I have not sought any legal advice in the process of this. But what I can confirm is that what you've quoted more or less reiterate what the Act asks of us.
Minister, okay, let's try again. So, what I've just read now is legal opinion that was sourced within your own department. So
Okay,
I
then
did not, I
that's a
did not ask
completely
to say
different
there's an
story.
external anything.
Yeah.
I'm reading this because the codes I'm making here exist within a submission that was made to your office on the basis of these appointments as part of recommendation of why you should. So that's why I'm asking you. Do they ring a bell? Have you ever heard of the things I'm saying? Forget that the interpretation is consistent with the law. That's not what I'm asking you.
Well, Honourable Member, I am not going to confirm or deny contents that are contained in a submission which was or was not the subject of internal deliberations in the department. What I'm prepared to say is exactly what I've already said. That the sentiment that you've expressed is, I think, consistent with the law.
Let's tie the legal team. Me legalis fansai ma. Me kuta. It is my understanding that the Chief Directorate, Legal and Legislative Services, was consulted. That would be your office. Do you share this understanding to test whether the extension of the appointments of acting CEOs in the interim, or the appointment of CEOs for a full period that is consistent with the term of office for accounting authorities. So did you conduct that legal review?
Yes, we did.
And what was your findings about those two appointments?
The finding are
I can't hear you properly, Mekuta. Please, can you atamela making?
okay.
Thank you.
The findings are the legal opinion that you might be in possession of.
Which are, just forget my readings, explain in your understanding as the head of legal what the
Yes.
findings were.
The act is very clear in that the incumbent CEO, for her or him to be recommended by the board or the AA for a further appointment, that CEO should have been in place by the 30th of September. And anything that happens beyond the 30th of September can only be an acting position that would be coming from amongst
The executive.
executives that are inside that particular seat.
Okay. In your understanding,
That's the context
Yes.
of what the legal opinion would be coming from.
okay, and I
Yeah.
understand that.
Yeah.
And in your understanding, based on that context, when were the appointments of acting CEOs and permanent CEOs for the next 5 years made?
I would be misleading the honorable member if I were to give you a definite answer. I would need to go check my notes for me to give you the exact dates.
Minister, do you know when you made your appointments?
So as I said in my presentation, all the accounting authorities made recommendations on the 30th of September. And all of those recommendations were considered by me later on at different dates.
In how many days? Sorry, I didn't hear that. Your sound decreased.
I'm saying that all of the appointments were considered by me on different dates. All the seaters, their consideration was made by me on different dates. I think the first communication that we've made with the seaters confirming the appointments of the concurring with the nomination from the
Accounting authorities.
from the accounting authorities, whether for full-time employment or for acting, I think was probably on the 19th of October. But most of those, my responses to all of the seaters which had to have a CEO, permanent or acting, was, I think, all of them beyond the 19th of October.
I hear you. Okay. That being said, you've heard legal say that there's no way you could have considered the appointments of a sitting CEO beyond the 30th of September. And if the accounting authorities submitted motivation to you on the deadline and you only gave effect and consideration post that, do you then agree that the decisions that you take are inconsistent with the legal prescripts of your own legislation that governs your department?
Well, I mean, that's subject to interpretation. Yes, there is a limit as to when can the accounting authorities make a recommendation in terms of the appointment of a CEO, acting CEO. But there's no limit in terms of when the minister can actually consider that recommendation. So I think whether the decision is considered beyond the 30th, that's something else, because both in terms of the act and also in terms of the regulations, there's no. And I suppose, what may be required is whether did I perform that action with reasonableness, with rationality, but also keeping up to the spirit of both the legislation and the regulation.
I hear you, Minister, but you can't run away from your legal services team.
What do you mean by that?
Hold on, let me,
Yeah.
and I'm not fighting.
Yeah, me too.
You can't run away from the fact that there were submissions to your department to support so this is a comprehensive report that was submitted to you giving detail on each and every appointment and the legal support or non-support thereof. And your own legal team is very clear to say that outgoing CEOs cannot be regarded as employees beyond 30 September 2025, and therefore cannot be recommended in that capacity, that the capacity thereof appointments for acting or extra. Any recommendation that includes outgoing CEOs for acting positions should be regarded as irregular and beyond the legal framework. This is not Karabo Lerato Kgakgao saying. That is your own department's legal team saying that. So it's not a matter of, it's a matter of interpretation around what is what. The bottom line is the clock ran on the 30th. And this is perhaps why you also gave the deadline, because you knew, or come 30 September, it was time out. And you did not conclude the appointments then. You still had time afterwards and effected appointments post the closing date.
So this is what the Act requires of the Accounting Authority. The Act requires of the Accounting Authority specifically to do certain things. And I think we all agree that all those things that they needed to do were supposed to have been done on the 30th of September. And they've done those things on the 30th of September. There's no imposition on what the minister needs to do beyond that particular period. And the reason why I'm emphasizing this is that we have 18 sector education and training authorities that were meant to make nominations and making varying nominations. And so on my part, what was required of me is that I am acting rationally and my actions are reasonable and consistent to what is required by both the Act and the regulations.
I put it to
I
you.
do not think that, and I think the other thing, Chairperson, is I'm not even aware the document that the Honourable Member is relying on, its substance, its content, and as I've indicated, that I do not know if I'm allowed to be
Sorry, Chair, that's
compassing
why I wanted to call a
an
point.
internal document, working document of the department. I'm not even sure if that's a valid document of the department.
Yeah, Honorable Zon. Honorable Lonzi.
Apologies, Chair. Apologies, Honorable Kgakgao. That's why I wanted to raise this point, Chair, before Honorable Kgakgao even goes further. Because the minister says he knows nothing about any legal opinion, never sought anything. The legal of his department, not outside, legal team of his department said, no, we've got a legal opinion. And actually, goes through it. So without even going into the merits, maybe, Chair, you can assist us in this process for about 5 minutes or so to help us to understand this seemingly breakdown in communication between the minister and his own legal office, because legal office can't claim to have a legal opinion and the minister says he knows nothing about it. I think that on its own is extremely problematic.
Can I just indicate, Chairperson, I think what I said was that firstly, I did not acquire any legal opinion on this matter. And the reason why I did not acquire any legal opinion is because there was existing practice in terms of the appointment of chief executive officers of CETAs. And thirdly, and which I think is even more important, is that the Act itself and the regulations are very clear in terms of their stipulation on what the role of the minister is and what the role of the accounting authority is. And lastly, even if what you confirm as legal opinion and what Advocate Kuta has confirmed as legal opinion, I have not acted inconsistent of that legal opinion. Advocate Kuta is Chief Director of Legal Affairs. She will, of course, have a legal opinion on any matter that relates to the law in our department. And I think the point is that even if the legal opinion existed, and even if that's what the legal opinion said, I did not act outside of what is required of that legal opinion.
Chair, I put it to the minister that that is not true. Let's start here. Let's go to Mekuta. Mekuta, who gave you the instruction to compile a legal opinion within the department around these appointments?
The request came from Mr. Ngubane.
Mabuza Ngubane.
Yes.
Where's Mabuza Ngubane is not here today. And his boss would be you, Date Mabusela. Welcome to the team while we're still waiting for 1.3 million. So what happened, Date Mabusela?
Thank you very much, Honorable Kakao.
Your microphone, Tat.
Oh. Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Kakao and Chair. There are processes within the department, and the one, not even one, branches that are missing in this whole thing is the skills branch that you are now raising, and
No,
also the
you are the
NSA.
skills branch,
Yes,
you are
yes,
here.
I'm coming to that.
Yeah.
Those are the branches that are also involved in this. Now, a chief director cannot proceed with a submission to the level of the minister.
Without
If-
the Director General.
Yes, without the director general or acting director general for that matter having approved that.
I hear you and I know that, but I'm asking to you, Hore, how did we get here? Because there's no way, like for me, I'm not convinced at all because the compilation date of this thing was on the 1st of October. The document I'm referring to that the minister claims he knows nothing about, which is an actual file reference 17/4, which serves as a submission to his office. There's no way. Even his PAs cannot deny to not have had this. But that's fine. Even if you say you don't know it, and you're saying you are acting inconsistent, you did not act in inconsistency with it. The bottom line is you must then explain to the Republic of South Africa why you proceeded to appoint Yeshin Pillay, Ayanda, Mafulega, Dr. Phil Nyende, Ms. Gugum Kize, Mr. Matome Madibana, Mr. Thabo Mashongwane, Mr. Tom Mkwanazi, as CEOs after, even though your legal department is of the opinion, I want to read again, that the minister, that they may not be recommended or appointed as acting CEOs or anything upon expiry of the contracts because they're no longer employees of CETAS come 30 September. So because outgoing CEOs cannot be regarded as employees beyond 30 September 2025 and therefore cannot be recommended in that capacity. And most importantly, any recommendation that includes outgoing CEOs for acting positions should be regarded as irregular. So I'm saying to you, you can, with me, argue to say, number one. Number two, that you didn't act. But the bottom line is that Mekuta gave your department this legal review during the process of your appointments. Mekuta?
Thank you, Chair.
Can I Mekuta first? Yeah.
Yeah. I think, Mayor, how the issue here is what does the AA has to do come 30 September? And according to the Act, if on the 30th of September, the incumbent CEOs were recommended by their respective accounting authorities to the department. The Act does not define what happens once the recommendation gets to the department in terms of how long does the minister have to process these recommendations and how much time does he need. Hence, we say in law, it has to be reasonable time, it has to be lawful, and it has to be ethical, and it has to be within the usual reasonableness that you'd expect from a decision maker. A decision maker cannot sit on recommendations that he has received on time. And according to the office of the minister, they received all of these recommendations on the 30th of September, meaning that these CEOs were still within the system. However, minister only worked on the recommendation beyond the 30th. The issue is, when were the CEOs still within the system?
Your
Yes.
words say, because now we are playing legal
No,
meando.
not at all, ma'am.
Nkudla, hear me.
No.
Also indulge me, and you can correct me if I'm
Okay.
wrong. I don't mind you doing that.
Yes.
You are saying, hore, your words in your opinion say, hore, outgoing CEOs cannot be regarded employees beyond 30 September, and therefore cannot be recommended. Because come 30 September, when you on the 1st of October wake up at midnight, those people will not be employees. The only way you become an employee again beyond the 30th of September is if you have an appointment letter that would have had to be signed and delivered by the minister. 'Cause that's what your legal opinion is saying. So you're saying you cease to become a member on the 30th of September, but then you have time between the 1st and maybe the 25th of November to be a member. Why would the inconsistency in thought there?
I hear your point, ma'am, and I must say, the issue here is, when did the AA recommend?
I'm not, okay, I would your point. So
Yes.
recommendation serves as null and void up until appointment is made. So,
No,
a recommendation
I do
is,
not-
so my
I do not
membership,
agree.
my employment ceases to exist on the 30th of September. That's what your observation is in law. That is true. If my appointment expires, but there's a recommendation, come between the 1st of October and the date of the submission of my appointment, reappointment, or extension of my service, I remain unemployed. It's not that I'm in the system, because on the 30th, my membership or my employment would have expired. And that's the bone of contention here, Mekuta.
Honorable member, the AA, when did they give the recommendation of the CEOs?
On the 30th.
On the 30th.
And when did the minister appoint? In varying times up until the 19th. So you and I
Yes.
are together. I'm not questioning, we are together. We agree that recommendations were made. Recommendations are not
Made on
appointments, they are recommendations.
I don't want to lose this point.
Yes.
don't want to-
Recommendations were made on time.
That is not what
Yes. And the minister,
I hope, Chair,
Okay,
20 minutes if
that's fine.
so, but the point here is there's an irregularity. You can't confuse an appointment and a recommendation. Those are two different things. A recommendation is something, and to show you that they are not the same thing, you even submit 3 names for the minister to consider himself, that if he doesn't want one, he can choose the other. So it's not a set in stone thing altogether. The word recommendation even in English itself is not an appointment. So you can't argue that because the recommendation came on the 30th, but the appointment did not come on the 30th, that there's nothing wrong going on there. So the point I'm making here is what has fallen to become a problem here is a classic case of maladministration on the basis of just comprehension of appointment and recommendation. And I hold no legal degree, but common sense prevails that there's a difference between recommendation and appointment. I'll close it there. There's 3 other things, but we'll give another round. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to...
Hold on.
Oh,
The Mabusela, what's wrong with your mic? It keeps being on.
No, Chair, I just wanted to ask, that is a point of exigency allowed?
So you were pressing the mic.
Yes.
Okay. Maybe,
thank you. Chairperson, I think our recourse here, Honourable Member, doesn't have to be common sense. I think it has to be the law. And in this case, the law instructs the accounting authority to make a recommendation for appointment before the contract of the person being recommended expires. That's the obligation that the Act imposes on the accounting authority. I think that point is important. And as to when the concurrence from the minister happens, there is no specificity either in the Act or in the regulations as to what is the time bound required. And so I do not agree. The Honourable Member has put it to me that I've broken requirements of the Act. Thank you.
Honourable Lonzo, this is a point.
Chair, yeah, just a quick point here. Firstly, I don't agree with what legal and the minister is saying. But I want to expose something here, even their own version, because legal is arguing that a recommendation must be made before the 30th of September. That's their argument. And then she's saying it doesn't matter when the minister makes the appointment. I don't agree with that. But I'm saying even their own version doesn't stand. Why? By the 30th of September, the accounting authorities did not make the recommendation that the minister sought. How do we know this? On the 6th of October, the minister writes a letter to the accounting authority and says, it has come to my attention that you guys didn't do what I asked for on the 29th of September. Therefore, I am giving you until the Friday, the 10th of October, to make a recommendation to the minister. Now, I'll put it to legal. If a recommendation, since you've been steadfast on this view that a recommendation must be made by the 30th of September, if a recommendation is made after the 30th of September, on the 10th of October, is that lawful?
That is not lawful. No, I need to explain.
No, that's all I wanted to hear.
No.
I'm still coming. I was just clarifying this point.
I don't think it is fair that you don't allow me to explain.
Okay,
Yes.
sorry, you can explain.
Yes. You are referring to a letter that you say minister wrote explaining himself to say there seems to have been a misunderstanding in terms of what I expected the AA to have done come 30th of September. And what I have received as the minister does not address what I expected on the 30th of September. And therefore, please go back to the drawing board and give me what I expected from you. And that only happens after minister is going through what has been submitted on the 30th of September. And him only writing to them on the 6th, as you correctly pointed out, is when he is going through what is on his table to say, this is what I expected and what I have received is not what I asked for. And therefore, made understanding in my communication to the
compliant.
Then let's give her a chance to finish.
Okay. All that I'm saying, honorable members, is that come 30th September, AAs did what they did. And it is only when minister goes through what has been submitted to him that he realizes that this is not what I had asked for. I had asked, according to Section 13B1 of the Skills Development Act, that 3 names would be given to me to say we do not recommend the incumbent CEO to continue working with us. And the Act talks about further appointment. Where the AA does not recommend a further appointment, they will then have to recommend from the 3 or 4 executives that are within that SETA to then be appointed to act.
Okay,
And minister,
Let's do this, Advocate.
yeah,
So you're saying to us, after the letter of the 6th by the minister, there were no meetings that set to correct the mishappenings of the meetings of the 30th.
I would imagine that there would have been meetings to correct what was wrongly submitted on the 30th.
Yeah. So then what is the status of those meetings? The continuation of the meeting of the 30th.
I would want to agree with you, Chair, that it's a continuation of the meeting of the 30th. It can't be a new meeting altogether.
And the submission now is corrected. So when it's sent, when it is now made in the correct context where the minister would have asked the correct steps to be taken, it does not nullify the submission of the 30th or the recommendations of the 30th.
I'll allow minister to answer for himself. Thank you.
Minister?
Thank you, Chair, because I wrote the letters and I'm here. I think that that's important to mention.
Yeah, we're asking because you had
Yes.
said to Honorable Kakao,
Yeah.
we're not lawyers, we're lawmakers. So wanted to understand from a lawyer point of view.
Yes. What I think it's important, because what Honorable Lonzi is raising should also be understood, I think, within that within that context. And let me give you an example. And this is what actually happened. So in the case of one of the SETAs, they made recommendations of 3 names, and one of those names for acting, and one of those names was the incumbent CEO, and it was clear that the SETA did not understand. They had an intention to comply with legislation and with regulations and in my directive, but that in having that intention to comply actually did not, because they would not have recommended an incumbent CEO for a new appointment. And I think subsequent to us asking them to correct their ways, they came back with a recommendation, which was basically that we should appoint that particular CEO. This is precisely because the intention and spirit of the accounting authority was to comply with the directive as we issued. But in executing that directive, it was clear that there was a confusion. And that's why I wrote further to them to say that I think it's important that you understand what the directive was and comply with that, with that continuation. But I think it's also important that we emphasize that, and I cannot emphasize this anymore, and it would probably be a subject of interpretation. But the fact that the obligation is on the accounting authority to make a recommendation at the time when the contract is active. As to what happens thereafter, it's something else. I, am not doubtful of the genuineness of the accounting authorities in making the recommendations that they have made. Thank you.
Honorable Khabo.
No, thank you very much, Chairperson. Thanks for the opportunity. Maybe let's appreciate the effort by the minister in terms of taking us into confidence on the process that he had followed, and also appreciate the fact that everything, according to the explanation, has been done according to what the current Act says. And if, unfortunately, if the Act is silent on certain issues, especially on and around the turnaround time of the minister and the process that he needs to follow, when the Act is not clear from one sitting chairperson, we would then be embarking on a fishing expedition, of which to a large extent would be reliant on our emotions and our common sense, without speaking to what the law says as things stand. Maybe what we must argue as a portfolio is on and around the legislative gaps that we have identified on how we should work on them, so that moving forward we should not sit here and discuss our suspicion on what the law says compared to what the real people who are legal gurus in this context, legal opinion, clarifying on what the legal aspect of the law says. I think that one, it's important that we must appreciate, Minister, because the impression sometimes that has been created is that we don't want to take responsibility of your actions, and in those instances, we then create a vacuum for misinterpretation of facts. So it is for that reason that I appreciate your presence. But maybe going back to some of the issues that I had wanted clarity on our meeting with, my apologies, Chairperson. Our meeting of the 26th of October, if not mistaken, and while we are interacting with the two sitters, Mersita and construction sitter in particular, the DDG took us into confidence in terms of the process that you had followed. Because my question, when we're meeting construction sitter and Mersita,
It was on the 29th of October.
29th of October. Now, the DDG at that time who was acting, Ntate Mabizela, if not mistaken,
Mabusela.
Mabusela.
That Mabusela. Stop opening our mic. Sure.
Now, I posed the question to Ntate Mabusela. I posed the question to Ntate Mabusela during that meeting. And my question was that when you were placing the 3 sitters under administration, referring to the 3 ones that are under administration, was there assessment conducted on all the 21 sitters to verify the dysfunctionality of governance as it has been indicated or it has been presented? Mr. Mabusela raised the view that in a normal circumstance, the minister will then make that assessment of the 21 sitters before taking any decision of placing a sitter under administration. And my understanding was that an assessment was done. Now, my question to him was that whether the assessment was conducted on all other 21 sitters, including the 3 ones that we have placed under administration. And I would want to check with you as to those assessment of dysfunctionality. Was it only on the 3 ones that were placed under administration, or the assessment covered all the 21 sitters?
Okay. I think sometime earlier in the year, Honourable Member, the minister led, then Minister Nkabani led a delegation to this portfolio committee to present the report on the 5-year assessment of the performance of all the sitters. In fact, I think it was at the request, if I'm not mistaken, of this portfolio committee, And at the time, the recommendations from that report, conducted by the National Skills Authority, was then used by the then minister to, not only start the process for the appointment of new accounting authorities and chairs and COs, but also to make an assessment of what needs to be done to reform the SETAs. That report has also informed our work subsequently in the reference group that we've put in place to look into the, into the SETA reforms. But to also be a bit specific, upon assuming office, I received a report from the National Skills Authority, which also touched on some of the performances, particularly issues almost relating to misconduct from the National Skills Authority. And it was their assessment in the overall of all the SETAs or the SETAs which they deemed to have had challenges. I've since copied, I think, the chair, that report, which I hope has been sent to the honorable members. If it has not been copied to the chair, I think we can arrange that the CEO of the National Skills Authority furnishes members with that report if the report is allowed to be made public. Thank you.
No, thank you very much, Minister. In terms of that report, let alone the one that was commissioned by the previous minister, let's talk of the report that you speak of that came from NSA. Was the assessment, like I said, the first question was whether the assessment was done on the 21 SETAs. The second question would be the governance dysfunctionality. Was it only on the 3 SETAs that were placed under administration?
No, it was.
Minister, you know, I'm not from Limpopo.
it was
I can't
not-
interpret your
it was
prophetic
not-
actions.
It was not. I said no, it was not just on the 3 SETAs, but it was overall in the assessment of the performance of all the SETAs on all those areas that they've mentioned.
So maybe if you can take us into confidence, apart from the 3, which other 3 SETAs were highlighted and why did the minister not act on other SETAs?
I don't have the report now, unfortunately.
So would you agree with me that as per the report that was presented before us indicating dysfunctionality on the 3 SETAs, would you agree with me that one of those challenges of financial mismanagement and maladministration is not only happening on the 3 SETAs that we have placed under administration? Would you agree with me?
Well, I don't have the report, honorable member, so I cannot agree or disagree with you.
Let alone the report, Minister, on your observation and interaction with the SETAs.
Yeah. So, for instance, if I were to use the Auditor General's report from the previous assessment, if we're talking about financial performance of SETAs, I don't have the specific names of the SETAs. I just have a summary that 13 of the SETAs in the 24-25 report achieved clean audits, 6 achieved unqualified audits with findings, and 2 SETAs received qualified audits.
Maybe we must agree that, Minister, because of you spoke of the report, and the report clearly indicates which other SETAs. And maybe you must submit a written response
Yes.
on why did you disregard others, even though they were clearing signs of dysfunctionality and mismanagement of funds. I think we can leave it there on the other ones that you did not place
Can
under
I-
administration.
Can I ask which report, which SETAs would you want me to specifically respond to? And why you are asking me why I didn't put them under administration, and then I can respond specifically to those.
Out of the
if there are
21
reasons.
SETAs,
Yeah.
we were told that you have conducted an assessment on all of them.
Yes.
And part of the report that we have received from the Auditor General indicates other SETAs, apart from the 3 that you have placed under administration. It is for that reason I'm requesting you a written response as to why did you disregard other SETAs, even though they are having same signs of dysfunctionality, maladministration, mismanagement of funds, in line with the Auditor General's outcome. Hence, I'm saying that rather you can submit a written response because obviously their reasons are not the same.
No, but I must indicate that the question of the Auditor General's report 2024-2025 is not the basis which we use to put SETAs under administration. Actually, if any institution is put under administration on the basis of, of the Auditor General's report, then I think there would be serious, if that's the only determination on why an institution must be put in under administration. But what I must also emphasize is that I think of the SETAs that were found to have financial challenges, 2 of the 3 SETAs are actually the ones that are under administration.
No, it's fine, Minister. I think you'll provide that report.
Okay, but I need to know what report you're looking for. Or maybe you can put it in writing, we can look at that.
I
Sure.
think that is the simplest way, because now you want to be technical. I've been explaining myself which report am I referring to.
Okay.
Let's leave that one of SETAs and basis of placing it under administration. I think that one is a discussion for another day. Can we?
I've just posed your time. So, Minister, I think the question moves from that you received the report that did analysis of all 21 SETAs. And it is on the basis of that report that you then put the 3 SETAs, the report that you received from the National Skills Authority, that you put the SETAs. Okay, what did you say?
No. So yeah, I think we need to be, so it was not the only reason, the report from the National Skills Authority was not the only reason why the SETAs were put under administration. I think we put a comprehensive report, Chairperson, on the 19th of September as to why we put each of the SETAs under administration. And the NSA report was not just the only reason why we've, I can always get back to those reports as to why we put those 3 SETAs under administration and furnish them to Honorable Khabu.
Yeah, so the meeting of the 19th, I can't remember which member asked, but they asked you what was the yardstick that was used to determine the dysfunctionality. If you
Okay.
remember
Yeah.
the gazette
Yeah.
that the minister issued in putting the SETAs under administration, it would have said governance dysfunctionality, maladministration, and all of these things. And then in the meeting, we then asked that the minister must then provide us with that report in writing. Because amongst other things, or in fact in the meeting we said, give us individual reasons, not a comprehensive as it was put on the gazette. And I was just asking Anela if we do have that report. I don't remember seeing that report, Minister.
We can send that report, but let me give you an example, Chairperson, with regards to, say, LG SETA. So I received a letter from the Minister of Finance that says, I have received a report from a whistleblower. I've conducted a forensic investigation. These are the findings. This is what I recommend you to do. So it's not the NSA report. But when I listened to the NSA, they said there are additional measures. So that's why I'm saying that the NSA report was not the only basis. The AG's report is not the only basis. So it's a collective, or rather it's a list of issues that we relied on, which I thought we probably canvassed on the 19th of September in terms of each of the SETAs. We can provide you with additional information from the National Skills Authority. I'm committing the CEO to send the report, if we haven't by tomorrow. Which was a presentation I received from the NSA, I think 3 or 4 days after I was appointed.
No, thanks, Chair. I think the report will then be in 2 folds. The one that will speak to those that you did not place under administration based on reasons that I will present to you in my
Okay.
formal request,
All right.
including the reasons for the 3 that you had placed. Now that it's not only the NSA and AG's report that led you to placing the 3 under administration. Hence, I'm saying that the report will cover 2 aspects if we understand each other, Minister.
I don't want, so, yeah, but my point, Chairperson, is I was called on the 19th of September to come and give reasons why we've put 3 seaters under administration. And we gave those reasons, and beyond giving the reasons, what was asked of us from that meeting, of me actually, was whether have I consulted with the National Skills Authority, which I did, but over and above having consulted with them, I also indicated that they had given me a presentation at a meeting, in addition to all the other factors, a presentation in a meeting that said, this is the situation with, these specific seaters. So I don't know if you want me to still send you the report which I gave on the 19th of September on why we placed the 3 seaters under administration, and the report from the NSA, or should I allow you to write to me and I look at what your request is and comply with that request?
I think that is the simplest way.
Okay,
Let me write
all
the
right.
request.
Thank you.
Because knowing the minister will spend the next hour, he will be playing with words, and the next thing, my 15 minutes will be done. So I'll write you a request on what is it that I'm expecting. Let me go to the vetting process, Minister. The vetting process.
Okay.
There's been issues that we have been raising as a committee on board members who have been identified by forensic reports. And instead of consequence management being applied, the next thing that you'd see is that the board member will be moving from one board to the other board. I'm much more interested on the vetting process. To which extent are you conducting those vetting process? And what would be the difference between the previous vetting process and the current vetting? Because the previous vetting process, to a large extent, has produced some individuals with questionable characters, especially from a financial management point of view. So can you take us through in terms of that process of vetting? To which extent are you vetting these individuals? Thanks.
I think there's an MIE process which requires us to look into a certain thing. I think it's criminality and all of that. And so we did that with each of the accounting authorities, all of them for all the seaters. We've also, even with the CEOs, those who were reappointed, we've also done the same exercise. And yeah, unfortunately, that's the only tool that's available to us. And that's the vetting also vets people on the basis of what's required by the Act, that they must not have criminal records, I think, amongst other things. So that's the kind of vetting that we do. So I signed off the letters for the appointment of the accounting authorities, for instance, on the 12th of September. And we could only get the feedback for vetting, I think, about 21, 22 days later. And that's how we take that process quite seriously. Thank you.
No, thank you very much. I think part of the request that I would make from you would be to give us a difference between the previous vetting that was conducted and the current one. Because I've made an argument that the previous vetting, to a large extent, has produced people with questionable characters, where they've been identified in forensic investigations. And unfortunately, the department, because of their own reasons, they would not implement that forensic investigation. That's why in most cases, these people tend to appear in other boards, whereas in other boards, they were identified as problematic. That's why I was checking what then becomes the difference.
Yeah, well, nothing different. It's the whole MIE, and I think besides the fact that the process also produced, people who I think, as you say, with questionable conduct, it has also given us people who are good, who did quite a good job in the work that they do. And I think if members of parliament feel that we need to change the vetting system to impose more requirements on the board members, I think let's change the legislation.
I think it's It's noted, Minister, but like I said, I'll make that clear request as to what is it that I need from you. Let's speak about the disparities that are there on your remunerations of your CEOs. When you had the other day, the Minister of Finance claiming, I'm not sure how true is it, I think the CEO is here, he'll clarify, that the CEOs of NSFAS salary is above the one of the President. But that is a discussion for another day. Let's go to these ones of SITAs. Apparently, Service SITA, according to that report that we had received, the CEO is earning 6.8 million. MI SITA and MER SITA is earning 6.2 million. Even if you can doubt it, Chairperson. Now, on your presentation, is Mr. Mabuzela pressing the mic again there?
Oh, it's just I was denied the point of exigency. The chair.
No, my question was on and around the disparities. What are the figures? 6.8, 2.4, it's a discussion, but the reality of the matter is that there are disparities. I would want to check the determination and why, to a large extent, are we allowing such huge gap in terms of disparities? I mean, before us here, when they speak of SITA accounting authorities remuneration, and as per the report here, this document was sourced in this current year. Service SITA is 6.839 million. MIC SITA is 6.2. MER SITA is 6.2. I think I've given you the two questions, and I was just making reference because earlier on I had some sounds as if I'm not counting or I'm not mentioning the figures correctly, as if I'm from one village there. Thank you very much.
No, let me just, no, let me just have the document Honorable Khabo is looking at is not the remuneration of CEOs, but the total remuneration of all board members, including travel and hotels. So what is making reference to that one? Not
Can I then
CEOs.
rephrase my question?
Yeah.
Now, you see, when you begin to engage on issues of CEOs, Minister, you see members of the portfolio rising on defense. This thing must be looked into. It's a discussion for another day. It still boils back.
Is it something I should pay attention to?
Yes, you must have an inquiry. We'll also have an inquiry as a committee on this matter. There seems to be an unholy relationship between some of our members and CEOs. My issue was on and around disparities. What would be the actual reasons for such huge gaps, even if it include the entire board, including their work? Can you just take us into confidence?
Okay, I'm not sure about if there are any disparities in terms of SITA CEO salaries. I thought that they are the same, but I can ask either the acting DDG or the CEO of the NSA to confirm. I don't have that information at hand. Yeah.
No, Minister. No. Unless you want to abuse my misinterpretation of facts of earlier on. I've rephrased my question. Now that I was corrected, that it's not meant for CEOs.
Okay, yeah, but then I wouldn't know the details. I don't know what influences the board's travel and all of that. I think we might have to go deeper into that to give you a clever response.
Yeah, we did, I think, NSA presented the thing to us, and they had indicated in the case of one SITA that the chairperson, for an example, will travel from Kokstad or that far and then drive to Durban, and then sleep in Durban because it's far, then fly in the morning to Johannesburg, sleep in Johannesburg. So they did explain the variety. Others, it includes overseas travel based on what they would have. But if there's something you want to quickly clarify,
Thank you, Chairperson. So I think, and Minister and honorable members, good evening. I think we need to separate the board remuneration from reimbursement. And because those, and for accounting purposes and reporting, they get combined. But if you read further, you would find that they are disaggregated in terms of what purpose that was for. So there are those that are for reimbursement and those that are remuneration. Like in the case in point the chairperson is mentioning. But they must still be reflected to say they were for whose benefit. So in the respect of the salaries, the regulations on the appointment of SITA CEOs and the conditions of service, it says their remuneration would be at the same as that one of the public service. However, it depends when the appointment was made, because we could be both be CEOs, but if he started 3 years back and I only started this year, the cost of living adjustment that takes place during the course of the service would obviously warrant that the person who started earlier be adjusted. So by the time I start, I would be at a lesser notch. There are indeed cases of CEOs that were there before the regulations were introduced. And in terms of the Labor Relations Act, we cannot erode their income and by implementing the provisions of the regulations retrospectively. Thank you, Chair.
No, I think, Chairperson, maybe in closing, we'll just have to get that breakdown so that we are able to make that assessment as to how much are we invest in terms of disbursement and how much are we then spending, so that we are able also to deal with that challenge of CEOs being appointed very fine, as a result having to spend a lot on traveling expenses. That is one aspect, if we can request. Maybe, Chairperson, as part of closing, maybe one must request the issue of diversity from the minister. This issue of youth representation on your SITA boards and your councils. It cannot be correct that when young people are in majority in this country, your appointments continues to reflect a reaffirmation of the old age center people in government. We must not accept that thing, and we are going to plead with you as much as the process would be reliant on you on observing key issues like your academic background. It is our firm belief that we still have majority of young people who have the necessary academic background to make a full representation on these boards. And the last issue is that one issue that we had made mention of is how we must then look into this process of it being transparent, especially of these powers that are vested in the minister, not necessarily questioning the powers, but questioning the turnaround time, so that the turnaround time is aligned to the process. Because what we have seen playing out there, it's how we would want to interpret the law based on our own observation, and of which I think to a large extent the law now protects you, and we'll have to look into that as a committee. Thank you very much.
thank you very much.
Thank you. I think with regards to youth, would really want to do much more than has been done. But I think it's important that honorable members understand that we receive the nominations from business, from unions, from the community constituencies. And so where applicable, we tried as much as possible to take into consideration, people's age. So we worked with what we have. So unfortunately, if we do not encourage organizations, constituencies to nominate young people so that we, consider them, then that's something else. I must agree with you that having just 20% of the people who have been appointed being between the ages of 30 and 35 is a concern. You know, so, and I think it's something that needs to be worked on into the future. I will look at what the numbers were in the previous term. I know that it was a major concern when we presented the report the previous time. You know, and I'm hoping that there's an improvement. But I think the call is for constituencies to prioritize youth and also to prioritize women so that we're able to achieve the parity that is required. Thank you.
Honorable Lonzi.
No, thank you very much. I didn't want to
Sorry, Chair. You would realize that it's my new sitting partner, so we decided to interject. Minister, just on that, I wanted to ask, before that we can proceed. I wanted to know, Minister, with regard to the question, as you say, they're applying, do you think that should we rather codify the skill, this particular thing of diversity in the Skills Act, or should it depend on your ministerial discretion? What do you think is best so that we're able to have it compulsory rather than that? Thanks.
Well, I mean, it depends. You know, there are seaters where we had 80% nomination being men in terms of the accounting authorities. And I think you will check, we didn't appoint the full complement because, you know, I couldn't live with myself having to do that. And we're hoping with the further advertisements, the constituencies will, you know, will consider, you know, nominating young people. Yes, we should consider that, whether it lies with the minister or it lies with the legislation should compel, so that if it doesn't balance, we should take it back, you know, so that's something else. But I think measures have to be taken. Just as an example, Chairperson, one of the unions, you know, nominated 5 people, and all of them are men. All of them are above the age of 35. And they strongly argue that all of them are eligible to serve in the SETA. We cannot dictate to them who they should nominate. So those are the kind of dynamics that we'll have to deal with, and I suppose we should consider when we effecting legislation.
Honorable Lonzi, maybe if you have one union nominating 5 males, you don't have to consider all of them from that particular union alone, because it's labor. So you look at other unions who are progressive in thinking, in helping us drive the agenda of what we want to achieve. I mean, the women, youth, people with disabilities have always been oppressed on the basis that they are women, they are children, and all of that. So unless if you're saying, if you have 3 unions participating, all of them just brought males, I think
in some cases, yes.
Yeah, I think we must just those ones write back to them and say, we're not taking it. We must bring, I mean, we're not, we can't be reversive in before maybe I give you Honorable Lonzi. Those of you who want to grab something to eat, okay, I've got a proposal. So
Does that include me, Chairperson?
Yes, I've got a proposal. I've got a proposal because the problem is this people from the minister's office and the DG's office have been finishing food there. So, no, it's the truth. So I want to check with you members. What do you suggest? We take 10 minutes or we continue? Or those who then want to grab something, you can then go, do something that side. It depends on what you want to do. I just don't want you tomorrow to say, I gave you permission, Minister. I did not give you permission to go eat. Honorable Lonzi?
Let's push, Chair. Minister, don't fall for that trap. I didn't want to speak on this thing of administration because my focus will be on the CEOs. But because Honorable Khabo raised it, there's an interesting point that I want to double check here, Minister. Who consulted with the National Skills Authority on the 7th of August regarding placing the 3 seaters under administration?
What do you mean who? I consulted with the Skills Authority.
And the reason I'm asking you that, Minister, is because when we asked the National Skills Authority to send us the minutes and the agenda of the meeting of the 7th of August, your name doesn't appear on the agenda.
Okay, so what's the point?
So you were present in that meeting.
No, I was not present in that meeting.
So I don't understand, because you consulted with when did you consult with them?
I wrote to the National Skills Authority indicating my intention to place 3 seaters under administration, and the National Skills Authority wrote back to me with their advice as it relates to those 3 seaters.
Chair,
So consultation doesn't mean that I have to call a meeting, sit down with them, and then say, okay, so this is what I want to do. What do you think? So consultation means that I've solicited their views, which is in this case what I did was to write to them and say to them, this is what I'm looking for.
You wrote to them on the
Do you
7th of
agree?
August.
I don't have the details. I'll have to check the specific details when I wrote to them and all of those things.
So you've never set a meeting with the National Skills Authority as minister?
No.
Okay, whilst I move to the other points,
When
can,
okay, so I had a meeting with the chair and the chief executive officer of the NSA on more than one occasion. Yeah.
So consultation for you is writing a letter and then receiving a response to the letter. It's not sitting an official meeting with the National Skills Authority or the SETA, and then you tell them of the reports. The Minister of Finance has given me these reports. Then you have a formal meeting with the National Skills Authority. You don't consider that to be consultation. According to you, consultation is you send for example, if we wanted to consult the minister, we'll send an email to you, you respond to us, and we consider that to have been consultation.
Well, I mean, as they say, some meetings can actually be correspondence. I think that what I'm required to do is not the form the consultation should take, but is that I have actually satisfied the requirements of the law.
Okay.
That I've
When I
solicited
move on,
their
Minister,
views. Thank
can you ask your team, which I believe is here, to please try and get the letter for us that you claim you sent to the NSA as part of the consultation,
we
so
can
that
check
we can get the date.
We can check that.
Yeah. Now, I'll come back to this point. What is your understanding of a transparent process, Minister?
Transparent process.
Yeah.
I don't understand. That's
Let's
a
say
very
you want
vague
let's say you
question.
want to appoint someone, or maybe let's bring it closer to home. Let's say you want to appoint a CEO, and for you to appoint a CEO
of?
a CEO of any entity. Okay, it's fine. Let's bring it to the SETAs.
Yeah.
Let's say you want to appoint a CEO of the SETAs.
Yes.
What is your understanding of following a transparent process in that process of appointing?
I don't know if I'm required to. I think the Act stipulates the processes I should follow, and I followed those processes.
No, I'm not. Sorry to interject, Minister.
I don't know how transparency applies here.
I'm not disrespecting your apologies, Minister.
Yeah.
It's just that we've got limited time, so I
Okay,
want us to be
all right.
interactive. I'm not asking you about what you did. We're still coming there. I'm saying you are, as a minister, you are given a task to appoint a CEO. And in appointing the CEO, you are required, you want to follow a transparent process. Just quickly, what is your understanding about following a transparent process in appointing a CEO?
Honorable Lonzi, unfortunately, I'll have to be specific because, firstly, I'm not required by law to be transparent in the context within which you raise. That's why.
No,
I said,
I'm not asking.
So
what
I don't know
you're
what's
required.
what.
I'm just asking you, Minister, what is the definition of a transparent process? Like I'm still coming to the requirement. I'm still coming there. I'm saying you as a minister, the people of South Africa are saying, okay, maybe let's move away. Appoint a CEO of NSFAS. And in appointing the CEO of NSFAS, please follow a transparent process. What is your understanding as minister of the definition of following a transparent process?
Well, the definition is that I must follow what's in the law. That's as far as I'm concerned. What are the step-by-step stipulations in the law, and if I follow what's in the law, I deem to have satisfied its requirements, and I have not been asked before to comply to transparency. I don't know what it means in terms of the appointment of someone.
Minister, I'll come to your legal, because I think you are trying to play with words here. Because it's a very simple question. What is a transparent process? Like I don't think it's something that needs you to go, around. But I'll come back to you, Minister. I'll come back to you on this point. Legal of the head. What is your understanding of a transparent process?
Thank you, Mr. Lonzi, for your question. I think without being legalistic in giving you a definition, a transparent process would be a process that is acceptable, that is rational, that is reasonable, that is lawful. And
Thank you, legal. That's all I wanted from the minister. It can't be that the minister can't tell me what his understanding of a transparent process is rational, it's reasonable, it's lawful, it's logical, the things that you're saying. Now, Minister, when did you send the letter to the accounting authorities to recommend to you the appointment of CEOs for an additional term of 5 years? Which date did you send them that letter?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
When did you send the letter to the accounting authorities? Maybe let me start it a bit, David. When did you appoint the accounting authorities?
Well, they were appointed on different periods, but most of them on the last week building up to the 30th of September.
Building up to the 30th of September. When did you send the letter to the AAs instructing them to recommend CEOs to you for an appointment of additional term of 5 years, or acting CEOs?
I think around the 28th of September. I'm subjected to correction.
I'll tell you, Minister, you sent them that letter on the 29th of September.
Okay, yeah.
And then in your letter, Minister, you say to them, go and sit an urgent meeting. You have got staff members here, they must take out the letter so that you are fully aware. There are people who are sitting here who don't know what they're doing. You said, on the 29th of September, go and sit an urgent meeting and then recommend to me appointments of a CEO for an additional term of 5 years. Mind you, these are accounting authorities which have just entered office. Yes, there may be some of them are repeating, but they've just entered office. You are saying to them, in less than 24 hours, please give me a name of a CEO.
Yes.
That's what you said to them?
Yes.
Now let's go to the Act, Minister. The one, so you and legal, you rely on Section 8. Section 8 says, a chief executive officer may be recommended by the respective SETA in terms of sub-regulation 6 for appointment by the minister for a further term subject to satisfactory performance. We're still coming to satisfactory performance. Subsection 6 then reads, the accounting authority must make a recommendation to the minister within 6 months of taking office after following a transparent process. Recommend in writing 3 qualified, experienced, and suitable candidates with knowledge in accounting, finance, senior management, matters of appointment, blah, 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 of the CEO to the minister. Now, the section that you are relying on with your legal says, it's fine, if you want to reappoint someone for an additional term of 5 years, you may very well do that as a minister. But you must do it in line with sub-regulation 6. What does sub-regulation 6 say? You must follow a transparent process. Now, let me ask you, Minister, what transparent process would those boards have followed in less than 24 hours?
So when I started, I indicated that we appointed the accounting authorities under completely different conditions which were not under of any of our choosing. And just as I faced the pressure to make sure that the accounting authorities are appointed on the 30th, by the 30th of September, they also had the responsibility to make sure that they,
And I know, Minister, last time we had this problem. I hope you don't feel like I'm disrespecting you. I'm
No,
only
no, no,
doing
it's not
this for
disrespect.
pressure. Yeah.
It's not disrespect.
I
but
don't
think
want
it's
you to give me
important
that context.
I'm allowed to respond.
Because you've already given us that
Yeah,
context.
yeah.
I mean, it was
but-
in your
yeah.
presentation.
So-
my question is, the act is saying you must, even if you want to recommend CEOs to be CEOs for an additional term of 5 years, you must follow a transparent process. I asked you, can you define to me what's a transparent process? You went to town, you didn't give me a definition. I then went to legal. Legal says it must be reasonable, it must be rational, it must be logical, and all of that. Then I say, how do you send a letter to a board that has just entered, by the way, to make an appointment of a CEO for an additional term of 5 years, and this name must be submitted to you in less than 24 hours? Which process could that board have followed that is transparent?
So, Honorable Lonzi, there has to be a distinction between two processes. The first one being, who do we recommend for reappointment? Or rather, not even reappointment. I think the Act and Regulation speaks for further appointment, which is the incumbent CEO. And what the accounting authorities is required to do is to make an assessment of the performance of that particular CEO, and on the basis of that, make a recommendation.
One meeting, Minister.
I believe that the accounting authorities were given reasonable time to be able
24
to do
hours.
so, and that if they were unable to do so, they would have indicated that they are not in a position to do so.
Let me come to you, legal. Since you, legal of the department, you gave me a definition of a transparent process. Which transparent process could these boards have followed in less than 24 hours? New boards that have just entered. Did they sit an 8-hour meeting where they went through all the reports of the SETA? What transparent process could they have followed?
Honorable Lonzi, in this context, I would imagine that transparency would depend on the diligence of the AA in doing their work. If they want to go through all the reports within or overnight and working like we are doing right now and be there for the whole day, then obviously the transparency would have applied because they would have gone through all the processes that they need to go through them. There are no time frames that would have applied in the circumstances, because I would imagine that each case has got to be treated according to the facts of the case. Thank you.
Askisa, Honorable Lonzi, so I think this is linked to the submission I made earlier. So I'll tell you what happened. Two things happened, Minister. You are correct in your assessment that Dr. Nkabane had left you with a mess and you had to catch up because time was expiring. And that was not a circumstance.
I have said no such things.
And because
I think
time
you
was
need
not
to
on your-
indicate if you are saying that and
I am
without
saying
putting
that
it
for
in
sure.
my mouth. Thank you.
But
Sure.
you are saying the circumstance was not of your choosing. So I agree, it was not. And you knew very well that come 30 September, the employment of these CEOs would have lapsed, that they would have ceased to become CEOs. And it is on the basis of that, that under the pressure which you identify yourself, that you quickly had to appoint the boards and then give them 24 hours to reconfigure themselves and give you the recommendations of CEOs. But you also knew that even if their recommendations came on the 30th, that you wouldn't have concluded the appointment process yourself to align with the expiry of the 30th of September, because you would have only received the recommendations of the 30th of September. That is number one.
You are deviating from the question. I thought you are following up on his question.
No, the question is on the process, on the diligence. So I'm there about the reason why. So I'm there, Chairperson. I agree. Honorable Lonzi is speaking about there's no way in 24 hours there would have been a due diligence that was followed. And so the point I'm making here is an expansion on why there was a risk of that due diligence not being followed. Number two, the reason why you wrote, Minister, to these accounting authorities to ask them to give you the recommendation of an extension of 5 years is because you knew that they couldn't have given effect to subsection 6 of subsection 6 of the regulations, which say that they would have gone through a recruitment process or a transparent process before the deadline of the 30th. Is my understanding correct?
No.
Yeah.
Can I just say something?
Yeah, maybe before. Okay.
I didn't know any of those things. And I think what we're disregarding here, Chairperson, is that all the SETAs made recommendations and varying recommendations. Not all the SETAs recommended an appointment of the incumbent CEO. So that's yes. And secondly, that so from the 25th of August on or about, we open up the nominations for a further, I think, 7 or 15 days for accounting authorities. We start considering all of this towards the middle of August, and we work throughout August into the 12th of September, where we inform all the SETAs that these are the accounting authorities that they need to consider for appointment. And throughout that process, an MIE process takes place, which gets concluded around the 27th, 28th of September. We inform this, the accounting authorities that if they don't recommend to us as to who's the, I didn't say to them, extend people. I said to them, this is what I'm looking for. Either an appointment of a substantive appointment of a CEO, or for you to recommend an acting CEO from 3 names, and then start the exhaustive process that Honorable Lonzi is talking about. So the transparent and exhaustive process is the one that the accounting authorities are required to follow once they do not further appoint the incumbent CEO, which is
That's
what
not
the
true,
9
Minister.
CEOs,
That's not
which
true.
is what which is what the 9 SETAs are doing, those who did not have acting CEOs in place. I don't know if whether true or false is the right word, but that's my interpretation of the implementation of that law, or application of that law.
Okay, Dr. Mabuza.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity. My point is simply that Sub-Regulation 8 is kind of conflated with 2 processes. And I actually indicated this before. I agree with Honorable Lonzi to say that relates to issues of transparency, issues of consultants and so forth. But then here you are dealing with 2 processes, which you must view them in context. As soon as you remove context, then that creates a problem. Now, when you appoint a new CEO, Section 8 applies in a broader context because you are dealing with a huge quantity, which will take you days to finish it. In this particular process, in terms of the Gazette, we are dealing with 1 person. And how long does it take to interview 1 person? 30 minutes, 1 hour. And therefore, to speak of a process that should take days, you can give even the AAs. The AAs, You can give even the AAs hours for them to complete that person on one person, as long as they have aligned themselves with Regulation 8. That's all that is needed.
Dr. Mabusela, do you know what the minister wrote to the AAs?
I was briefed on that, Chair, when I came on board.
What was written? What was an instruction?
You have explained that, Chair, to say, actually, I wanted to
No, I've
come
not
in there,
explained.
but let me
I'm
answer.
asking you,
Yes.
what was contained in the instruction from the
It's a
minister?
supplementary instruction.
What
That
does
does
it
not
say?
create a new provision.
No problem.
Instead, it clarifies what
no.
needs to be done.
No, that's a second letter. I'm asking
Yes.
about the first letter, the instruction that you are making the subsection 8 reference to. So you should know. You can't say you don't know what was the context. Because you are saying to us, these boards were dealing with one person. It takes an hour, 30 minutes to interview a person. That's why I'm asking you, what was contained in the letter?
No, I think, Chair, you were not on the same page.
Okay, let's
Yeah, let me just explain myself.
no. Answer me, do you know what the letter of the minister said first?
Yes, the
What-
letter
what
of the
did-
minister was saying appoint, in fact, not appoint in this case, but extend CEOs that are already there.
No, but was that what the minister said? Extend,
Yes, the letter.
extend the COs that are there.
Further appointment.
No, the letter of the minister says.
Further appointment.
No, isn't that the Mabuzela? This is not the first time. No, this is not the first time. I'm doing this intentional. Because I've told you before. If you don't know something, don't enter things where you don't know. Because the explanation you have just given is not assisting the process. No, subsection 8, subregulation 8, It doesn't, we must just agree.
I
Because
disagree,
you
Chair,
don't
with
know.
due respect.
No, you don't know what the letter of the minister says. So you can't tell us about sub-regulation 8, and then you want to tell us that it takes an hour to finish interviewing or 30 minutes one person. There was no interview in the instruction of the minister. That's why I'm asking you if you know what is contained in the instruction letter of the minister.
Chair, the instruction of the minister was simply saying the AAs must perform their primary function. And the primary function was to ensure that there is a CEO there in those sitters. I'm saying this because the skills branch has interest in this matter.
Hold on. And those AAs, if that's what the minister wrote, those AAs said, and both the minister and Advocate Kuta said, the minister had to rewrite to them. If that's what you are saying, that was the letter of the minister, then you are saying they are misleading us.
No.
Because you are not listening to me. You are saying the letter said, go and make sure we've got accounting of officers. That is what those people did. But the minister then wrote back. It was just explained now. Wrote back to say, you did not understand the spirit of my letter or the contents of my letter.
Precisely, Chair. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
What are you saying?
Hence, I'm saying what Honorable Lonzi is saying by invoking the issue of transparency. He is using that provision
What
in a
provision?
context that explains as though we are dealing with a huge number of applicants.
No.
Whereas this process is simply saying, for further appointment, there's only one person whom you consider there.
But
You
I'm
don't
telling you-
consider 30 people, and a really
That the
affliction
Mabusela,
of
no,
time
now
there.
you are wasting our time, honestly speaking. You are now wasting our time. Because the minister just corrected that. That is not what he said. You Kuru, you want us, you want to test us on something that is really unnecessary. Unnecessary.
Suppression, Chair.
You are, Nadamas Busela, you are wasting our time. You want to mislead us here. You don't know the contents of the letter. You don't know it. There's an instruction of what the minister says. And I've asked you, I don't know, many times. And the reason I was asking you is because this is not the first time I say to you, you are not part of this process. You know, to say I don't know, because we are not part of the process, it's a very noble thing to do.
But Chair, in spite of whatever, I'm the acting TDG
Okay.
for skills.
So you know.
range. And therefore, these things are within my purview.
Yes.
And the fact of the matter is that, Chair, if I may be given privilege, in
to do
terms
what?
of the South African law,
Yeah.
we are equal in front of the law.
Yes.
We are all equal.
And if you lie here,
I'm not
in
lying.
front, no, you are.
I'm
front
just-
of this law, we must then use section 17, subsection 2, because we are equal before this law.
Chair, that's not
Those
fair.
who purge
That's not fair.
in parliament, lie in parliament.
That's not fair.
No, what is not fair?
That's not
That's what
fair.
I'm
That's not fair, really.
Chair, I just wanted to assist so that maybe the minister can assist us. Maybe this time the minister will be decisive.
No.
To read this point that he's saying, the minister said, which was, because we can't dilly-dally around this matter.
No, we'll deviate. Tatima Busela was just speaking something he doesn't know.
I don't agree, Chair.
The minister must help
Can you
us.
just... Okay. All right. Thank you, Chairperson. So the 6 months window that Honorable Lonzi is talking about applies from AA appointment in terms of, and is not linked to to the COs who were incumbent. The COs who are incumbent, the accounting authority considers them in terms of a further appointment based on their performance, and they make their own assessment. And as to whether they had sufficient opportunity to do that or not, that's something else. But I suppose the fact that I received a recommendation from the accounting authorities, 9 of those, in terms of further appointment of the CEOs, means that they've applied their mind. I've got no reason to doubt that, unless if we want to put that to a test. And then so as I said, then the 6 month, the 6 months window that you spoke about, that the accounting authorities have to follow, is when they are involved in the substantive appointment of a CEO after having recommended, an acting CEO. So basically, that's
No, I know that one, Chair. I'm not talking about the appointment of an acting CEO leading to a substantive position.
Okay.
I am saying, even when you want to recommend the reappointment of the current CEO, you ought to follow a transparent process. Because even the letter you write, Minister, which Tati Mabuza clearly never read, it says here, or, so you give the option of the acting CEOs, and then you say, or, submit a recommendation in terms of sub-regulation 6 and 8 for the appointment of the current chief executive officer for a further term of office ending on 31 March 2030. I know the law very well about the acting. What I'm saying is that in your reappointment of these 8 CEOs, I'm not talking about the act, I'm talking about the 8 who have now been given an automatic, essentially an automatic extension in being CEOs for 5 years. There was no due and transparent process that follows. And I've demonstrated that clearly to say there is absolutely no logical claim you can make. I know legal will try to speak around this, that I can send a letter to an entity today that has just entered, by the way, and say to them, please assess this, sit an urgent meeting, which means they only said 1 meeting, sit an urgent meeting and tomorrow give me a name that I must reappoint as the CEO. You didn't do that, Minister. And because we're going to follow up on this point, Chair, we're going to request the minutes of those particular board meetings where these, particularly these 8, Chieta, MQA, Foodbev, Facet, InSETA, WNR SETA, FP and MSETA, MICT SETA, where CEOs were essentially just given an automatic extension without there being following a due process. Now, let me come to this point we were trying to make earlier on, Minister. The Section 8, in the way we interpret it, is that the current CEO can be appointed for a further term of 5 years. But once the contract finishes, which it finished on the 30th of September, that CEO no longer has a legal relationship with the SETA. Therefore, we don't view that person as the current CEO. He's unemployed, like all of us. Okay, well, I guess we're not unemployed, but he's unemployed. He's not the CEO. So for you to then, and I put it to you, Minister, that's why even in your first letter, you were very clear that these people must sit urgent meetings. Because you wouldn't have said they must sit an urgent meeting if you didn't have that pressure of the 30th of September. I put it to you that you had that pressure of the 30th of September because you knew as minister that if I want to appoint these people for a further term of 5 years, I must make this decision whilst they've got a legal relationship with this particular SETA. You didn't do that. You are saying to us you are interpreting the act differently. You think the AA can recommend, but the minister can make an appointment after the fact. So here I just want to get information from you, Minister, because we've had the interaction earlier. When did you officially make the appointment of these 8 CEOs for a further term of office? Which date?
But I think it's important, Chairperson, because I think Honorable Lonzi has made statements as statements of fact, and I think it's important that we correct those. Firstly, there is a requirement that by the 1st of October, there has to be a chief executive officer in all the SETAs. Otherwise, that's misgovernance. And in instances where SETAs are unable or accounting authorities are unable to appoint a SETA on the 30th, they are then required to give me a recommendation of 3 names of senior managers whom I will consider for appointment.
Yes.
Yes. And so not all, because you're making an assumption that
The
all the
senior
SETA
managers still have a legal relationship with the SETA.
Yes, they do.
I agree
But
with you on that
on
one.
the 30th of September, when the accounting authorities make recommendations, the people that they recommended had a contract existing with those SETAs. And that point is important because it's also linked to your actual question. And so the Act obliges the accounting authority to make a recommendation on the 30th of September, in this case, which is the agreed date. As to when I apply, I wouldn't have known. The Act would not have assumed that I would not be able to effect, or concur with that recommendation, on the 30th of September. Unless if you suggest that I was time-bound, firstly, that the accounting authority itself was time-bound outside of the active contract of the person who was appointed. Secondly, that I was also time-bound beyond those points that you raised. Rationality and so on and so forth, that I was and so on and so forth, that I was actually time-bound to act by the 30th of September, which I was not required to.
But you
Yes,
required
you
the
can.
AAs to act by the 30th of September.
I'm not requiring the AAs to do so.
But
It is the law that requires the AA to do so.
But they wouldn't have done that in a transparent process.
They should
Minister.
have done that. They are expected to do that by the law. If they do not give me a substantive CEO or an acting CEO recommendations, then they would have been subjected themselves to, to bad governance. That's what happens. You cannot make a suggestion that unilaterally I extended the terms of office of the CEOs. There was no extension.
I think you
of
did,
any
Chair, but
of the CEOs.
I don't want to
I did
waste
not
the
give
time.
anybody
Just give the
names.
date, Minister. When did you make the appointment now?
I wrote a letter to concur with the with the different accounting authorities on different
There
times.
are 8 of
on
them:
2
Chieta,
occasions,
MQA,
yes.
Footbear, Facet, Insita,
Yeah.
WMICCTA. These ones that you
I may
appointed
not
for
know
5
the
years.
actual date, but I know that it was after, because I think that's the point you're trying to make, that it was not on the 30th of
It
September.
was after the 30th
Yes,
of September.
yes.
Well, your letter of the 6th says they must submit by the 10th of
Yes.
October. And you probably write the letter back to them after the 10th of October.
I don't understand what you just said.
If you are saying they must submit by the 10th of October, which is your deadline, it means you would have appointed them after the 10th of
Possibly,
October.
yeah, but almost definitely, yeah.
So this is where I'm coming now to the point that you are making. Now, on the 6th of October, you then realize that these accounting authorities...
Hold on 1 second, Honorable
Oh,
Lonzi. But the Mabusela, you have your hand up? Or you are covered?
Chair, you make me to be covered, but really, the fact of the matter here is that you are the legislatures, and you do legislation, and you give that legislation to us to implement. And now, here what we are trying to explain is the fact that it's not an issue, the question of the 30th of September 2025. The fact of the matter is the deadline for the AAs to take a decision was met. And there was no AA to which I received a letter from them complaining about pressure being placed upon them to undertake a certain process. No, there wasn't. And therefore, as the department, we have acted within the law, and the law that has been prescribed by yourselves. That's why I'm saying to Honorable Lonzi, the fact of time here, time affliction is
Chair,
not,
I hope you have
not really...
paused my time because I don't know what
It's
this
not-
gentleman is talking about.
I'm talking about the 6 months. The 6 months of the appointment of CEOs to say within 6 months. Those are new CEOs.
Yeah,
And
let's
here
leave
we
it.
are talking about the
you're not listening.
the
So
right
the-
term,
Tate Mabuse, you're not listening. Honorable Lonzi is talking about 7 or 8 CEOs who were, to use the correct word, what is it? Fedate. He's talking about, so leave 6 months. 6 months doesn't appear. He does not talk about those things. He's talking about this one.
that's my argument, Chair, to say.
No, let's leave it.
Yes.
You have won it.
Can you get my argument to say why I'm quoting that? I'm simply here making a contrast to say, if I am a minister and I'm supposed to then allow AAs to make an appointment of a new CEO,
AAs don't appoint.
the law will prescribe the process that I must follow.
Yeah.
Okay? And there I would expect a huge number of applicants. That's not the process that Section 8 refers to in this case. Section 8 in this case refers to further extension. That does not include a huge quantity of people. And therefore, to come and argue about
Point of
the
order, Chair,
30th
or
of
just being
September,
abused here. by
30th of
just
September, it's
ignorance
not-
of
not
someone who
fair.
should. I'm not talking about a big number of people who are applying. I'm saying to you, even Section 8 says it must be read in line with Section 6. And Section 6 speaks about a transparent process. I don't know why you keep talking to me about 6 months, because I've already clarified to the minister that I fully understand who the 6 months refers to. The 6 months refers to if you put an acting CEO and the AA wants to go on a fully blown interview and advertising process of finding a substantive process. That's where the 6 months comes in. I'm not talking about 6 months. I'm talking about these 8 who have now been reappointment for the further term of 5 years. So please, Chair, I want to continue.
Which actually made the
I don't know
deadline.
what this gentleman is talking about.
Chair, let us beg for your protection from this member of the department. He's really abusing this committee and us, and it's abusing our time. We've been here since 9. Maybe he doesn't mind. We mind. Please protect us, Chair.
I just have one quick question. Minister Manamela, Agrikwena alatile Ntate Mabusela wherever he was and decided it made sense to appoint him the DDG, acting DDG for skills development. How did you get to that decision? Ngempela, because like for us, we're sitting here now. It's part of the questions I would have asked with my time. But the fact that your own DDG responsible for skills development is having a submission about what is what and what is not what that is in stark contradiction to your comprehension, how do you then expect us now to have confidence in your consideration of Ntate Mabusela? Let alone the fact that we still want to know what happened with the investigation on the 1.3 million NSF.
Do you want me to respond to that, Chair? Okay. All right. So the contention, which is what acting DDG Mabusela is raising, is that what we're contending about here is that the accounting authorities had an option to either further appoint the substantive CEOs. The CEOs were incumbent, and that appointment could have only happened if those CEOs were active in office, which is the option that those accounting authorities had. And that's what they took into consideration. So 9 of the SETAs took that into consideration and recommended that we should further appoint in a new contract. It's not an extension, in a new contract. And so if I think honorable members believe that there should have been an imposition in terms of the time, which is not required, by the way, by law, as to how long only that consideration has to be made, on a particular day if it involves those individuals. As to the rest of the other SETAs, I think the process is unfolding, and I think we will deal with that process when we get the reports from the SETAs. I maintain that in order to ensure that we have stability in the governance of the SETAs, on the 1st of October, we had to have either an acting CEO with a substantive process to appoint a proper CEO put in place, or what the other SETAs have done, which is to recommend that we further appoint the CEOs who were incumbent in those positions. And I think if the challenge is, or rather the test of whether the accounting authorities acted appropriately or not, I suppose it's not a test that belongs here. You can, Honorable Lonzi, feel free to ask the accounting authorities for the records of those meetings. But I think that based on what was required at the time, that there is no collapse of governance in all the SETAs. On the 1st of October, when that when that time came, the accounting authorities did what they had to do. How they did that, there is no prescription in terms of either my directive or in terms of the law. But I'm confident that the accounting authorities followed what is required of them in taking the decision and in making the recommendation that they did to me on the 30th of September.
No, thank you, Minister. And we're on the same page on this. That's why I said I hope Chair is blocking my time, because I don't know what your leader of skills development is talking about. We agree that there are two separate processes here. There's a process where there's an acting CEO, where the AA wants to go on a substantive advert. There's a process of then reappointing the current CEO. I am saying there was no due process which was followed in the AA's getting a name to recommend to you as minister. And I've demonstrated that in just one example, to say it's simply unthinkable and illogical to suggest that you can send an AA a letter today and say to them, give me a name of a CEO tomorrow. Worse, if the AA is new, and then we must believe that there was a transparent process followed in the appointment of that particular CEO. So I don't want to go back to that discussion, because
So,
we've
but
already
essentially-
we've already
essentially
debated
you're
it.
suggesting that they were not lawful. That's the transparency test which you
Yes.
got the Advovo here to tell us about. You are suggesting that they were not lawful, that they were not rational, that they were not ethical, and I forgot.
Absolutely.
And all
That's
of
that's
that.
what I'm
Well, I
suggesting.
mean,
And I'm saying we've had that debate, and I was moving on to a new topic now.
Well, if
before-
it's a debate, then
Yeah.
that's fine.
Well, I'm making that claim, and I'll advance it, and I won't rest until I take. There is no way that a rational decision, a transparent decision, a reasonable decision can be taken by a new board today and give a minister a name of a CEO that must have a further term of 5 years tomorrow. I don't believe that a rational decision can be taken in that light. But we've already spent about 15 or 18 minutes of that. I now want to go to your own reasoning. You are saying to us, and it's what I was saying earlier on, that the AAs, you instructed them to make this recommendation to you by the 30th of September. You then discover on the 6th of October that the recommendation they made to you was essentially unlawful. Am I correct in understanding you?
Can you repeat that?
And you wrote to them on the 29th of September. You gave them an instruction. They then fulfilled that instruction, inverted commas, by the 30th.
Yeah.
You then discover as minister on the 6th of October, at least that's when you write back to them, that actually what you did is not what I asked you to do. What you did is unlawful.
Yes.
You agree with me?
Okay, so and this is, I think, in the case of just two of the seaters, which have recommended that, well, I think there's more, I'll just have to get, but there were seaters which had recommended the incumbent CEO for acting. And if I think if my memory serves me well, we can verify this. I think that included the ETDP seater, Cath seater, Food and Bev seater, probably one or more other seaters, which had recommended the incumbent CEOs as part of the three names. that should
Apologies,
be-
Minister. Again, it's because of
So-
time.
Yeah.
You've already explained that context to us.
Yeah.
I am saying you give a seater an instruction on the 29th of September.
They didn't follow the directive.
And
yes.
therefore, that decision was unlawful. Because your letter says to them, I wish to clarify that this approach is not consistent with the provisions in the Skill Development Act,
Yes.
read together with regulations. Therefore, what those sitters did by the 30th of September, me and you agreed was unlawful.
Yes.
It was unlawful. Then you write back to them on the 6th of September and say, guys, what you did by the 30th of September was unlawful because you didn't follow the act. They then submit, now they do a lawful process, in inverted commas, by the 10th of October. Would you agree with me that that unlawful decision they took by the 30th of September, it falls away, and it's only the decision of the 10th of October that stands, because they would have followed the Skill Development Act on the 10th of October?
I don't agree with you.
Why don't you agree with me?
No, because so the point I was making on the 6th of October was that I acknowledge the intention of the Accounting Authority in following the spirit and letter of the Skills Development Act, but unfortunately your response is not in line with my directive. So in continuation of the spirit and letter which you were following, I advise you to do the following things. And so in my mind, the process that was started on the 30th of September is continuing based on them following my my clarification of
What
they
is
need to do on
important
the
here,
6th of
Minister, are not your directives. What is important here is whether or not the accounting authorities are following the Skill Development Act. And the reality is that by the 30th of September, these accounting authorities did not follow the Skill Development Act.
Which accounting authority?
The two
Yes.
that would have sent you
Yes.
names to extend and you
Yes.
corrected them.
Yes.
Well, you are saying it's two. We could discover later that it's more than that. But I'm moving with two because that's what you are saying
well,
to us.
I actually mentioned 3 and I said it could be more.
So,
Yeah.
exactly. So those ones, by the 30th of September, they did not follow the Skills Development Act in that particular decision. We agree with that.
Yes.
They took an unlawful decision. Therefore, the following day, these CEOs have ceased to have a relationship with these AAs. They no longer have a legal relationship because the contract has lapsed.
Well, that's your interpretation, because my contention is that on the 30th of September, when all the accounting authorities sat to to consider my directive, all of the people that they had to consider, for either recommendation for acting or for appointment, still had active contracts with the said.
No, I understand that and I agree with you. I'm saying the fact of the matter is not my interpretation. The contract of the CEOs ends on the 30th of September. It ends.
Yes,
the
yes,
following
but-
day, they are no longer CEO.
Yes, but
that's why you would have given them an instruction that please follow the Skills Development Act and recommend to me by the 30th of September when these people are still CEOs. And then it so happens that these people, they then take an unlawful decision by the 30th of September. You only ratify that decision on the 6th of October. They then go and take the so-called correct decision by the 10th of October. What we are putting to you, and maybe it's one of my closing remarks, is that by the time they recommended to you, the CEO no longer had a legal relationship with a particular sitter. On top of that, by the time you concurred with the decision, the CEO never had a relationship with that sitter. You appointed an unemployed CEO who was sitting at home. It's like changing a flight ticket when the flight has already taken off, Minister. The flight is gone, it's going to Joburg, and you want to change the flight ticket. And that's the argument that we're making to you, Minister. So, I don't know if you want to respond to that, but I don't know how much time I have left, Chair. If I've got little time, I just want to make closing remarks, and then I'll end there.
Well, I think I've made the point, and I think Honourable Lonzi has made his point, and I maintain that firstly, my action of the 29th of September, asking the accounting authorities to nominate someone to occupy the CEO position were lawful. Their actions on the 30th of September were lawful, and those who did not follow the directive were reminded of what the directive were on the 6th of October, and they subsequently complied with what the directive was. And for me, there's no interruption in the application of the law up to the point when I concurred with the recommendations. What the Act requires, and I'm going to emphasize this more than I have to, is that the recommendation for the reappointment had to be made at a particular point. There is no requirement. I mean, I think so what does it mean? If the recommendation is made on the 30th of September, something else happens, just as it happens in this case, does that necessarily mean that the people who are being considered either for acting in those positions or for substantive positions that that they should be prejudiced? I believe that as per the required by the law, I believe that I've acted as per the requirement, and similarly did the accounting authorities. And I think if you've indicated that you will ask the accounting authorities to furnish you with the minutes to satisfy yourself if they've really applied their mind, and I think the same applies with the rest of the other processes.
Thank you, Chair. In closing, Chair, would like to request that the department, because the department performs oversight over the AAs, the department must submit the minutes of those board meetings which took place to take the decision that current CEOs, the 8 CEOs or 9, must be reappointed for a further term of 5 years, because we believe that that decision was unlawful. We believe that that decision did not follow due process. We believe that that decision did not follow a transparent process. The minister even admits before this parliament, says, I didn't have to be transparent. Those were his words. We can go back to hindsight. He
No,
says,
I don't think
we'll
that's
go
true.
back to
I don't
hindsight.
think that that's
I'll record the video
Yes,
and send it
please.
to you.
Yeah.
The minister says, I'm not required to be transparent. And it's a reflection of what the department did, because the extension of the current CEO's terms of office for an additional term of 5 years was not transparent. There was no public consultation, there was no advert, there was no shortlisting process, there was no
There's no
recruitment process,
requirement,
there
Chairperson,
was
for us to
none of
conduct
that.
any public consultation.
And what we are
as,
seeing,
Honourable
Chair,
Lonzi
I'm making
indicated.
my,
In fact, all the requirements
I've
you
not-
mentioned
I've
are
not,
not required.
I'm making my
We've
closing
met
remarks.
all the requirements
I'm making
as
my
per the
closing
law.
remarks. The minister is going to have to calm himself down. The decision that the department and the minister took was unlawful, and we are going to follow the matter up, because there is no South African who can believe that a new board that has just been appointed can be given an instruction by the minister to recommend a CEO to be appointed for 5 years. We're not talking about an acting CEO here. We're talking about someone who's going to be a CEO for 5 years. And this board takes this decision in one meeting in less than 24 hours. Not only that, by the time the minister sends the appointment letters, the CEOs no longer have a legal relationship with the SETA in question. Even that is unlawful. And Chair, that's why we request the minutes of those particular meetings. We request the letters, because in your letter that you had sent to the minister, Chair, you asked for this legal opinion. It was not given to you. You asked for letters that were signed by the minister. They were not given to you. The minister says he has never seen a legal opinion. The department, the legal, says, no, there is a legal opinion here. The minister says, I've not seen the legal opinion, but I believe that I acted consistently with the legal opinion. How do you know you acted consistently with a document that you've never set your eyes on? So can we please get those particular documents as well? And I can tell you now, Chair, what we tried to fix with the former administration is re-manifesting itself now. I don't understand why the minister can't just say, guys, even if he wants to bring back these current CEOs, why can't he just subject them in a competitive process, in a transparent process, even if they come back? Why can't they apply like every other South African, be given an opportunity, open it up? Why must they be appointed at night in less than 24 hours and they are given additional 5 years without a transparent process? We submit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, what we must indicate is that the practice of appointing incumbent on the basis of their performance is not new. That it is practice, it has happened in the public service. This is also not the first time that CEOs of SETAs were incumbent, their contracts were renewed, and that the same process that have followed in this regard is the same process that previous executive authorities have followed in appointing CEOs, and that there's nothing untowards, and that if the competence of the people in question is in question, that process can be unfolded. And I think as it relates to some of the documents that Honourable Lonzi is asking for, we will look at specifically what those documents are and furnish those. But I'd like to correct also certain misstatements which are attributed to me in this meeting. Firstly, I said that I have never asked for legal advice on this matter. And I've stated the reasons why I've never asked for legal advice on this matter. And I place that on the record. Secondly, if we did not take the action which we took, under the circumstance which we took this action, there would have been collapse. And I think that we were within, our right, within the law, to take this decision. It has got nothing to do with lack of transparency. It has got nothing to do with, being, influenced in any other way. I believe that this decision can stand the test of law. And just in as much as you believe that we, might have acted wrongly, I believe that we followed the law in its spirit and letter. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thanks, Chair. I had my hand up before you, sorry. Okay. No, Chair, maybe mine is not necessarily to reiterate what Honorable Lonzi has been advocating for, but maybe just to deposit on the same point. Minister, for the mere fact that you concede that there are some sitters that have done mistakes, at least 3, and there could be more, that's your words, in terms of the process. Honorable Lonzi was registering the fact that that 24-hour period that we had given the new accounting authorities was not adequate to do due diligence, transparency, and ethical exercise in terms of ensuring that the final product, being definitely an extended 5-year term, could have not been reached in 24 hours if, obviously, by looking at the performance, you're looking at a performance of a person that would have served 5 years, and you're doing that in a span of 24 hours to give another 5 years. So that is his point of argument on this particular matter, which we agree. So for you then to say others would have made mistakes, but you believe that that 24 hours was adequate, is certainly what we do not agree on. I think I just want to emphasize that particular point as I gathered it. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's on the same point of the phenomenon of the extension of a term of office for incumbents not being a new thing. I agree with you, it's not a new thing of extending based on satisfactory performance. But you can't make that argument for in-SETA and MICT-SETA on audit outcomes alone. In-SETA for the financial years 2023, 2022, 2023, they had a qualified audit. 2023, 2024, qualified audit. 2024, 2025, qualified audit. The CEO there cannot be a person that, based on their performance within 24 hours, could have been considered to have had satisfactory performance. That is number one. Number two and last, MICT-SETA. In 2022, 2023, they had a clean audit. They had a clean audit in 2023 and 2024. And then come 2024, 2025, their audit outcome has findings, a regression. And even there, the principle of a consideration of an incumbent on the basis of good performance falls flat. And again, those recommendations of within that 24 hours would not have afforded the board time to then consider properly. And it beyond, and then just finally, you make a point, Minister, that whether the process they followed or not is not something that must be scrutinized here. But I put it to you in finality that your appointment is based on your scrutiny of the recommendations, and your scrutiny beyond what is given to you is the process that was followed. And if you failed to scrutinize if a process made sense or not, then it means you must concede that your conclusion on recommendations was also flawed. That's that. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, safe to repeat myself, Chairperson. I don't know what else I can say to persuade the members. But maybe in addition, I wouldn't want to get into the merits or demerits of each of the CEOs and all of that. But safe to say that some of the SETAs, when responding to the recommendations by the accounting authorities, I've actually instructed them to follow through on some of the issues that have been raised relating to those CEOs. Thank you, Chairperson.
Yeah, I think, thank you very much, Chair. Minister, you know, I've been sitting here, I'm at pain listening to you and your team. I think there is an injustice that your team is doing it yourself. I don't know whether is it yourself that you are doing this to yourself or is it your team. But I'm at pain to listening to all this in conversation. Because some of the things, as I'm sitting here, I wish I could come and sit on that side and assist you to reply to all these colleagues of mine. They're asking questions because they need proper answers. That even I can come and sit there, I can give it to all of them, but they are not coming from your team, Minister. Simple answers. Let me take one example before I move to my own question. The one asked by Honorable Kakao, the answer is simple to say, on the extension of the contract, or the extension of the CEO's appointment, the clean audit or the non-clean audit is not part of what is required. Mostly all the CEO, on their last day, they had performances of up 90%, almost all of them. And some of them, it's something that we always argue, Chair, that please tighten up on the performance. If people are getting 90%, it means it's easy to do this job. So mostly are getting, on all their performance contract, all of them until to the last quarter, they got 90%. So all these things that colleagues are asking, they could be answered by a competent team, and it is not there. That's my only concern, Minister. I'm not going to delve much on these things of CETA CEO. Chair, is Karen gone? Are we still probing Karen as well? Yeah, I wanted to ask Karen questions before I come to the Minister. That's a comment, Minister. It doesn't need answers. I just want to ask some few questions to Karen before I then come and end with you. Karen, are you online?
I am still here.
Oh, thank you. There's 3 questions I wanted to ask from you. With the presentation you did, thank you very much for the presentation. With the presentation you did, which is excellent, it's got the references. It was good to see it being presented. Did you try to engage the CEO on your working challenges with him? With the challenges you were experiencing with the CEO, did you ever try to table them before the board or its committee? If so, did you raise those issues to sit with your subordinate one-on-one and to say, these are challenges I have with you, and even report all those challenges to the board? If that's what you did, when did you do that?
Thank you for the question. Yes, I did raise issues with the acting CEO, also with members of the board. When I will have to just go back on dates. Do you want them now, or do you want me to just give you to them in writing?
Are they long? If they're long, I think you can give it in writing. I thought it was just going to be few of them, but if they are long, then you can give them in writing.
Okay, I'll give them to you in writing, sir.
Okay, second question. If I've listened clearly in your presentation, in your opinion, the acting CEO was not performing or not taking instructions according to what I've heard, if I've heard you clearly. So there was a lack in your subordinate to take instructions and performing. Did you brought that to the board so that the board can then look at this CEO who's not performing and remove him or take some certain action, because he's acting as we speak. He can be sent back to the, what you call that, NYDA. Did you look into that? Because this is just an acting CEO. Did you brought that to the board to say, I have a challenges here, and then and then let's act on this, because the person has, the acting CEO is not even appointed, he's just acting, was recommended from the NYDA.
So the presentation didn't speak directly about the acting CEO. I didn't name the acting CEO. The acting CEO has been appointed by the administrator as the Chief Financial Officer of NSFAS. So he didn't come, he was there actually the same day before we started, permanently appointed as the Chief Financial Officer of NSFAS. He was no longer involved with the NYDA. So, I didn't really speak directly about the acting CEO in my presentation, but if I had any issues, they were raised to the board.
Oh, but Karen, according to my understanding of corporate governance, a person who reports to the board chairperson is the CEO. If you're saying on your presentation, there was people were not taking instructions, they were not taking my call, there were no performance, I'm assuming that your subordinate was the one doing that. Because according to my understanding, the person who looks after or who makes a person account, a board chairperson makes the CEO account to him on behalf of the board.
Yes, the CEO does account to the board's chairperson on behalf of the management, but not only to the board chairperson, to the entire board. But there were also instances where other executives were necessarily involved. So it's not directed directly to the acting CEO at all.
So you didn't have a problem with the current acting CEO's performance, or not taking instructions, or disrespecting you, or maybe bullying didn't came from, it came from within board members or not your subordinate?
It's very difficult to really say how I perceived him, versus, and like I said in my slides, somebody, one person's effect is somebody else's hero. So it's my own perception, right? So, and it's again not just directed towards the acting CEO. That's why I didn't mention names specifically there.
Okay, because on my assumption, if you are a board chairperson, and then there are people who are bullying you, who are disrespecting you, who are not taking instructions, my assumption was that it's your subordinate that you're supposed to work with it correctly. But if you say it's not the CEO, let me move to my last third question. Your resignation, we started to read from the media. Did you send it to the media, or when it was sent to the minister, it got leaked to the media? Who leaked it to the media? Or
I don't know who leaked it to the media. I sent it to the office of the minister only, and then before, I think even before the minister got the hold of the email, it was in the media already. So I don't know.
You don't know who leaked it?
But it wasn't
probably I
myself.
want to ask the minister from there onwards. You don't know. On your side, nothing was sent to the media?
No, I sent a statement to the media saying nothing.
Okay, all right. My last question. Okay, no, I think I'm fine, Karen. Thank you very much. Ne?
Okay, thank you.
Thank. Okay, the minister, you didn't leak Karen's resignation letter to the media. Can I confirm that?
No.
Okay. All right. No, he said it's sure. Yeah, I think, Minister, from my side, with the sitters, unfortunately, I've got huge experience on these things. I wouldn't want. There are some questions I want to ask. There were lines on 2CO that says, it says subject to AA. I don't know what does it say. Let me quickly read it correctly so that I can quote what I'm talking about. It says, with condition on the incoming AA. With those 2 COs, what is the condition on the incoming AA that is still outstanding? Because my understanding, the process of fully fledged appointing a new CEO, that's why there is this 6 months acting. If you didn't do, if your predecessor didn't do injustice to you, you'll have that 6 months of advertising and doing all the processes, recruitment, interviewing. But you came, that 6 months was already been eaten up by whatever process that was happening before. So now you had this period that is small that you have to rush to comply. The process of advertising and recommendation is different, especially on the AA for recommending the extension. That one we understand. So what I would like to know, with these 2, which says something is still outstanding to the AA, what is it outstanding? And then the other one, for those...
Specifically which 2, Honourable Member?
Yeah, there is one on your presentation. Let me quickly read to it. It's in CETA and FACET. It says, with condition on the incoming AA. What are those conditions?
Okay. So, with regard to both CETAs, there were issues that were outstanding, which may not necessarily have interfered with the appointment of the CEOs substantively, but which I, as the minister, do not have the power to probe, which could only require a competent accounting authority, to probe. So I've asked the accounting authorities, to probe those matters and give me a report. Let me give you an example. So the CEO of FACET, I think there was a big dispute when the accounting authority's term lapsed, that they had asked for concurrence from the then minister to take disciplinary action. And what the then minister did was, instead of concurring, she then advised that the new accounting authority will have to take up that matter. So that's the context. So they will have to take up that matter and then give me a report in that regard.
So which means these 2 were not recommended for
No, they were recommended. They were recommended for reappointment. They were recommended for further appointment by the accounting authority. And as I said, that I then asked them, based on their recommendations, to then advise me on how they're dealing with those specific matters.
Okay, because I still don't get with condition on the incoming AA. With what is those conditions?
So the CEOs have been appointed substantively. So they are CEOs of those CETAs. What the accounting authority is required to do is to look into the matters that have been raised about the CEOs. For instance, like I said with FACET, I think they Nehau at FACET even wrote to the chair, bringing to the chair's attention, which he brought to my attention, the issues that related to the to the CEO of FACET. And so those
the-
matters have been
That's the
referred
issue of the facet where
And then
the
with
previous board.
With regards to the insurance SETA, we're inundated with some inquiries from one of the training providers, which we've asked the accounting authorities to handle.
Okay, now it's clear that it's just matters that are outstanding, but the extension for the next 5 years was done. It's just matters that needs to be attended by the incoming.
So they'll advise how
CEO.
they're handling those matters.
Okay, all right. And then these ones have been appointed. The rest of the others, what's the status of them? If they haven't been appointed now, after 30th of September, ne? Have the CEOs went and stay home now, or what's the status of the rest that hasn't been recommended by the AA, or went through a process of advert, recruitment, interview, and all? Where are they? Have they went, sit home, and 3 recommendations?
I don't know.
We'll say CFO recommended. What's the status of the rest?
I don't know. I don't know where they are. You're saying what's their status?
Are they still the CEOs in those other sitters or not yet? Not.
Okay. Okay, let me just explain what's happening. So we have 21 seaters. 3 seaters are under administration. 1 seater was not, I think Transport, Education and Training Authority seater. The seater's CO is under a different contract regime, so the accounting authority was not required to act in any way. There are, I think, 8 or 9 seaters which the accounting authorities have recommended that we make further appointment of the incumbents. And then the rest of the other seaters, there were recommendations for us to appoint acting CEOs because the accounting authorities wanted to go through the 6 months process. They were obviously not, I don't know, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where I'm asking, Minister, that those ones where the accounting authority recommended either the COO, CFO, it means the CEOs, because remember their contract ended. It means they went and their contract has been terminated.
All the CEOs of all the seaters, their contracts were ending on the 30th of September, except those CEOs where the accounting authority, there's not even an exception. So from the 1st of October, there were completely new appointments, either substantively or on an acting basis.
His question, Minister, is that you had 21 sitters
Yes.
minus 4.
Yes.
So you had 17 sitters,
Yes.
sitter CEOs.
Yeah.
Out of these 17, you're saying 8 or 9 are recommended for 9, are recommended for 5 years. So it means you have 7 sitter CEOs that so far are unaccounted. So he's asking, out of these 7, how many were recommended as part of the 6 months? Not the 5 years. As part of the 6 months, and how many were not recommended at all? That's what he's asking on this question.
Okay, so of those where they're acting CEOs, is that the question?
Yeah.
So how many were not recommended? Well, where there's acting CEOs, it means that there was no, where there's an acting CEO, I think it means the SETA did not recommend, the incumbent, and in instances where, I think let me leave it at that because
Okay, so the answer is that on this 7, all of them did not come back. That's what it means. Okay. Is that,
it means
That's the
they're not-
question, Chair, because even 6 months doesn't come. Remember, 6 months has been exhausted already. It doesn't repeat twice, according to my understanding. 6 months was done previously
Yes,
by the...
for the
So
incumbents.
it doesn't count anymore, it's finished.
Yes, for the incumbents, the 6 months ended on the 30th of September.
Okay.
Yeah. No, thanks, Chair. Sorry, Nopal. I think it's a follow-up on a question that you've raised. I wanted to just find out from the Minister the issues that would have now surfaced around the two CEOs, I think you mentioned, which the condition or the outstanding issues that the accounting authorities must look into. When did those issues surface? Before they were appointed or immediately after they are appointed? Just so that we know if you ended up taking people that have outstanding issues and still appointed them for the accounting authority to deal with those issues later. So when did those issues surface?
To be fair to him, he has already answered that question. He said these were the issues that were ventilated by the previous board, but they were not concluded by the previous board. Now, he said the new board recommended him to appoint them. And then in his appointment, he said, okay, I take your recommendation, but please look into this matter. No, Quebec. No.
Yeah, no, I think you are right, Chairperson. I will explain to my youth league the rest. Yeah. You tendal. Yeah, I think I will explain. I understand what the minister is saying. No, I think other than that, Minister, from my side, again, I will emphasize this thing. These are easy explanation. For the moment, Mina, Chair, I saw a letter from Outer that says the minister is wrong. What does Gambit say? It says the minister has flouted appointment. I knew for sure that there was something wrong from there. I hate to say it, unfortunately, you tried to cover yourself. My challenge here, Minister, I'm going to repeat again. The incompetent team you are surrounding yourself will fail to explain simple things. That's my challenge that I have around yourself. There's nothing wrong with these things, but the team that you are surrounding yourself is failing to explain a simple thing. Thank you, Chair. I think that's all from my side that I wanted to ask. If the minister wants to comment, I'm fine, but that was just my input.
On a lighter note, Chair,
Well, I
the
think-
MK must go caucus. Because Unopala, Nomsezana are saying two different things.
No, we are not saying two different things. You don't understand it. I can.
It's okay.
I want a clarity on something,
Hold on.
which I can clarify from here. Yeah.
Yeah, let's not fight. Yeah. Honorable Govan, I'll give you Honorable Govan. Are you tired, colleagues? Are you tired? No, we're not. So why don't you allow Honorable Governor to speak? No, please, you guys, Honorable Governor, please come through.
All right, sorry, Chair.
Yeah.
Coffee.
Thank you. Chair, I will not be long. Greetings to yourself, honorable members, Mphathiswa neThimba lakho. I think I will submit more of my questions and clarities. I will write them, Chair, but I will have to just ask or advise on 2 or 3 matters. Maybe one, let me first go to the former chairperson's presentation. Is she still up there? Oh, okay. One, I think presenting her challenges or difficulties in the department and not being specific is dull, is not going to assist the department to improve, because we do not know how to follow the allegations she has made. She used big terms and she even referenced them today, but they are not direct to anyone. So we do not even know where to direct questions. We do not know where to find findings. We do not know how to assist so that the next person who comes does not encounter the same challenges she has encountered in the department. Maybe let's beg her to at least be precise on what took place or what transpired, because what she has submitted is very quiet for us to even interrogate. That's why I listened and I asked, why is she given an opportunity to present? Because I didn't know what are we going to say to this presentation, because it's very quiet for my liking. I will speak about two things that I have noted while seated here, Chair. I'm done with the chairperson. We just beg that she writes proper allegations that are directed to someone, because she was disrespected by someone, she was not listened by someone, she was hurt in the process by someone, so she must not generalize. We can't help the situation if it's general. Mphathiswa and the department, I note a gap in our policies. I see a gap because you listen after the interactions that have been taking place. The law or the act is very quiet what then happens after the 30th of September. It becomes very silent on that. Then how do we judge whether it was correct or incorrect, because it says nothing? This is where we come in as lawmakers. We need to amend these acts so that they speak into after the 30th or the closing date. Because we can't sit in the room and accuse one another who did right and who didn't, whereas the law doesn't say anything about what then happens after the 30th. So I'm putting this in the department that at least let's work on the amendments of the policy and the act so that it speaks about what then happens after the recommendation or the dates have been closed. Mphathiswa, we are not happy on the issue of diversity. Maybe also that's why I'm saying I'm only going to speak about the gaps now. The law must be very precise that a certain percentage must go to young people. It must not be quiet, because we know that your hearts are not where young people are. We have observed every appointment does not have young people. So literally it says, when you'll think around your regime and your age group. You think around about the people that you grew up with and you went to school with. So definitely you can never think of Tsepo because you did not go to school with Tsepo. So the law must be very clear on saying, on appointments of chairpersons and CEOs, 30% or 40% must be young people, people living with disability, and LGBTIQ plus people. It must be, and the minority group, it must be very clear. Because if we are going to wait on your thinking, it's going to deprive us, Chair. No young people will ever form part of these decision-making portfolios. No young people will sit there. Because I tell you now, if you look at those elders that were appointed, it's very old people. And young people were there. Young people qualify. Young people can actually take better decisions than some old guys in this room that I've observed today. They can interact much better. So why not give them an opportunity rather than sustaining livelihoods of old people who are supposed to be doing agriculture at home and assisting our children, because they are not assisting the process. I don't want to mention names. Another thing that I would want to comment on is the issue of the DG. You know, the problem of not finding direct responses to questions that are coming from our side is the act of the DG not being in committee meetings? Mphathiswa, u-DG uyaphila xa kufuneke eye kuma-events. You know, when you are going to these ceremonies that you attend, the DG is there. But once he needs to come to a committee, we get a sick note. I think it's a coincidence or something. Maybe by Mtaga or chairperson, I wouldn't know. But it's a bad coincidence that we really need to look into. Even though I was watching very close today, the acting DG, there is something that I loved that he does not do, that the DG does. Xa ihleli pha, uhleba imini yonke u-DG. So uManzini uyihlalele lapha ubambile indawo yakhe uyithulele uminister uyayiphendulela. Even the responses that you gave into the house, we can actually say they come within your knowledge, because u-DG xa ihleli pha will whisper throughout the session from 10 till 10. He's whispering wrong recommendations and responses to the person that he should be assisting. Ndifuna ukusondela ke ku-Honorable Ngubane that we might think there is a problem, maybe, okanye this department is bewitched. But I solely believe that if those comrades that side can strengthen their socks in assisting in responses and doing their work, we might not have a problem. The policies, Minister, do not talk to time frames. We are looking at the time that was given to the board to recommend, but now we need policies, acts, regulations that will speak to time frames. Because we might not have the problem in the previous administrations. But now we see that South Africans are interested in finding proper time frames so that the adequate or the diligence that is supposed to be done in appointments and recommendations is done properly through time frames. Then it then says we must go to our policies and regulations and amend them so that when you come and respond, we will question you on not working towards the policies and regulations. But you being seated there now, we notice that you have not dealt or you have not offended any act in terms of law, because the law stops and then you have to continue on your own, and the law does not assist you to further take actions. And maybe I need to beg your people, Minister. It is not always important to respond, nor to talk. Sometimes you can sit in a room and say nothing, it is okay, rather than to respond to something that you know of. Rather than to complicate a matter even worse. A person is given 2 ears and 1 mouth, meaning it is very important to listen than to talk. So keeping quiet is okay. You all don't have to justify things that you all don't know. You can sit there and just keep quiet. Only respond when you are asked a question. Because now you all are found in positions where you are trying to explain things that were not asked, especially not to you. You can just keep quiet and let things be. Let the person responsible for a department or a question respond. Because we have started from 5 up until going to 11, most people are answering things that they were not asked. So you are actually wasting our time. And you are ought to lie because you don't know what you are responding to. So preferable, Minister, when you come in the room where we are seated, have a caucus with your people and be very clear that who responds and who does not respond. Because they are not only making them weak, but they also making you weak because they represent your department. And when they are in tatters, That is why we have these problems we have. Maybe for lending, Chair, the questions I have, I will write them. But maybe for lending, we must emphasize on the issue of NSFAS, especially next year. Beginning of the year, the NSFAS must not collapse. NSFAS must not collapse on us because it is going to be a nightmare. You were presenting the stats that have wider gaps already. So if you start now and it collapses, we are going to be a madhouse, all of us in this room. So, Chair, NSFAS must not collapse next year. Proceedings of university TVETs and CETs must go very smooth, and you all must work within the dates that you have presented, but mostly even fall before than to be sorry. I thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much for the comments. Honorable Low.
There's a hand.
Oh, okay, sorry, Honorable.
He also interrupted me, Chair, when I was speaking. So I'm returning the favor. Minister, I was hoping by now your staff members would have produced you with the letter that you claim was consultation with the NSA. So I've just got one quick question, Minister. Do you still stand by your statement earlier on that on the 7th of August, you never held a consultative meeting with the National Skills Authority? Do you stand by that?
Okay, so I don't know what date you referring to, but as it relates to the putting CETAs under administration, I have not had a physical meeting with the National Skills Authorities Board.
Now, thank you. So it means you stand by what you said. This is why I'm asking you, Minister. In your answering affidavit to the local government SETA, you say, maybe I'll read it very quickly, Chair. On 7 August 2025, I consulted with the National Skills Authority in terms of the provision of Section 15(1) of the SDA Act as amended, which clearly states, we know what it says, I won't go to that. Paragraph 89, you say, Minister, during the consultation with the NSA, the business of the day was the discussion of the investigation that was initiated by the National Treasury following the allegations from an anonymous whistleblower consistent with the principles of accountability and ethical governance in the public sector. Is this true?
Can the honourable member repeat that?
Your answering affidavit to the local government SETA, to the court, says, on the 7th of August 2025, I consulted with the National Skills Authority in terms of the provision of Section 15(1) of the SDA as amended, which clearly states, I won't read what it states, we all know what it states. Paragraph 89 then reads, during the consultation with the NSA on the 7th of August, the business of the day, and I repeat, the business of the day was the discussion of the investigation that was initiated by the National Treasury following the allegations from an anonymous whistleblower consistent with the principles of accountability and ethical governance in the public sector.
Yes. What's the point, honourable member?
You say you never had a meeting with these people of consultation.
Yes, I've never had a physical meeting with the National Skills Authority.
You had a meeting virtually?
Honourable member, I've never had a physical or virtual meeting with the
So
National
what is your
Skills
understanding
Authority.
of a business of the day?
I consulted with the National Skills Authority as it relates to the said CETA in the manner in which I consulted. And I think if there's any other thing that the honourable member wants to take up, I think we
Minister, what is your understanding of saying, during the consultation with the NSA, the business of the day was the discussion of an investigation that was initiated by National Treasury? Remember, you said before this committee that you didn't have a meeting with these people. You sent them a letter, they then responded. That's not a discussion. That's correspondence. But in the court papers, you say, during the consultation with the NSA, so it's something that is happening during. The business of the day was the discussion of the investigation that was initiated by the National Treasury.
What is the honorable member trying to suggest?
It means these versions can't both be true at the same time. They are mutually exclusive, Minister. It's either you're lying to Parliament or you're lying to the courts of South Africa.
Well, the facts of the matter is as I've mentioned. I have never had a physical or virtual meeting with the National Skills Authority. I'm required to consult with the National Skills Authority. There is no description as to the form of that consultation, and as far as I'm concerned, the affidavit I've deposed before the court was consistent with my recollection of those
No,
facts.
thank you, Chair.
And I think that's
Thanks,
it.
Chair.
Thanks,
I've
Chair.
made my point.
I was just going to say through the minister, the consultation did take place, but as the minister says, it's not prescribed that he has to come in person. The officials of the department, acting on the instruction of the minister, consulted with the NSA. Thanks.
Chairperson, can I come in? So just for clarity, so the minister, so you guys had a meeting and the minister had sent a delegation. Like, make it make sense, because now you're saying there were officials of the department on behalf. So Hlalosa, what happened? What is the manner of consultation that the minister did? Did he pick up the phone? Did you have a video call? What happened?
All right. The Public Service Act will inform you that the department and its officials, they serve to support the minister. So a letter was received addressed to the chairperson by the minister, and on the basis
The chairperson of the NSA.
of the NSA. On the basis of that letter, the item on the consultation by the minister in respect of the taking over of the administration of the SITA's concern was then included in the agenda of the.
So the business of
So
the day
then
that the
there were-
minister is referring
so
to in the
then
court
there were-
paper is the business of that particular meeting, which the department was mandated to go to as part of service to support the minister.
Yeah, let's separate. The court papers were not involved here. So I'm just saying, then the item was placed on the agenda, then there was a presentation of the case to the NSA with all the issues involved, and there was a discussion, a resolution was taken, and an advice to the minister was then written.
Okay. Mr. Kuzwa, what act is this? Guides you here?
The Skills Development Act, sir.
Yeah, which act, which section?
Section 15.
Can you open it there?
I
It's
have
section
it.
15.1.
Section 15.1.
Yeah. What does it say?
The minister may, after consultation with the National Skills Authority and the SITA in question, direct the Director General to appoint an administrator to take over the administration of a SITA or to perform the functions of a SITA. If the SITA fails to perform its functions,
Wara,
Okay,
those
it's fine.
ones. But the first line there, what does it say?
the minister may, after consultation with
Hold
the
on.
National Skills
Does
Authority.
it say or delegated person?
No, it does not say.
Yeah, you see, that's why I don't understand why sometimes that question was not asked. But we enter and give answers that I honestly, I don't understand. Because all along here, we're having a discussion about what the Act says. Now, what you have just said, trying to explain, you are in fact saying yourself as the NSA may have sat in an illegal or irregular meeting. Because it's not what the Act says. That 15.1 says the minister and does not say or delegated. So somebody who argues can go and argue and say the NSA sat in an irregular meeting. And discussed the contents of, because the minister had responded and said, I had consulted, I'd written.
Yeah.
You are saying, okay, Honorable Lonzi says, no, that's not entirely true, there's this part. You say, no, indeed that meeting took place, but we had officials of the department. No, even if it's delegated by the minister, the Act does not prescribe, because all along we've been having a discussion about what the Act prescribes and what it does not. So you are now creating a problem for you, and this is what Honorable Ngubane was saying, that there are certain things that I don't know how you colleagues want to explain them. Because the Act, that's why I said read it. Because you are saying he consulted through the department. If the Act wanted to have that provision, it would have included it. It does not include it. But you want to mention it when, in fact, it was not even asked. Minister, you wanted to say something?
No. I thought the matter has been closed with Honorable Lonzi, because I thought the question is whether have I consulted or not, So, thank you, Chair.
No, it was closed until that the Kuzwa
Chair,
opened.
sorry to do this, because and you always make this point, that people answer things that they were not asked and they end up forcing us into another discussion. So, for the record, because he's totally misrepresented what I was talking about, here, I'm not talking about the department. Once the minister says I in an affidavit, he is taking personal accountability. If the minister says on the 7th of August, I consulted with the NSA, and the business of the day of that consult, he's speaking about himself. He would have, if he wanted to say, I sent department officials to go and consult on my behalf, he would have said that in the affidavit. So we're not dealing with that. We're dealing with the minister. In court, he says, I consulted, but in parliament, he says, I sent a letter and the NSA responded. So I just wanted to clarify that aspect, Chair.
Okay. Honorable Law.
No, thanks, Chair. The students are waiting for answers from NSFAS. We are just on the CEOs, which are quite critical, and I think it's not fair that if we are going to focus, you can sit down, CEO. Yes. First and foremost, I want to welcome the presentation by the former chair who could have resigned from the board. And I hope she could have done it also to the board, also to give them a proper, well sent off lecture that I think it has educated us well onto the systems and structures. Let us welcome it firstly. And secondly, I would want to, I don't know if she's still there. I wanted to ask a few questions, Chair. The first question I want to ask is that, has she ever written a letter to the minister, or has she ever written a letter alleging that the CEO, the acting CEO, is a problem in the board, or there are issues with the acting CEO? I'm basing this because the presentation did not have any other person that she could have apportioned it to. So I wanted clarity from there. That's my first question. Thanks.
Just repeat the question, please.
My question is that have you ever written a letter of complaint against the CEO? Have we ever had an issue against the CEO? Because in your presentation, you did not apportion anyone to be a problem, but you were generalizing systematic issues that you think were deficiencies that could have assisted, if you could have dealt with through your proposals, that you could have cited strongly so.
Yes, no, I didn't in my presentation name any name specifically. I did write the minister a letter on various governance concerns. I didn't blame any specific person, like you would have also said earlier today. I just raised the issues that, as I did with you today, that I felt that needed to be looked into by him.
Dog?
Yeah.
Yes, are you done?
Yes. Yes.
All right. I wanted to, okay, Minister, have you received a letter from the dog that had a complaint directly about the CEO or the NEDDG of the branch that NSFAS fall off? I want to get to that because dog is saying she never complained of any individual, but I want to get it from you because the letter was written to you. Minister, have you received a letter from doctor before that she could have resigned that was directly saying that the CEO and the DDG or CEO, whoever, are a problem with regard to that? Or did the letter just say, in general, in citing all of those issues, these are the issues that we're confronted with? I want to get it from you.
Yeah. I think, like I said earlier, I think on the Thursday before the chairperson's resignation, she wrote me a letter detailing some issues that she was concerned about. We can copy with the permission of the former chairperson, we can copy the committee that letter. And I immediately asked for a meeting with her. Then there was the board meeting, I think, and then on the Sunday after that board meeting, before our meeting, the chair then sent a letter of resignation. Yeah, so there was not sufficient time between me handling the issues that she's raised with me and her resignation, which was, I think, about 3 or 4 days. And at the time, I don't think I was even...
In my question, I wanted to check, did she single out the CEO or any other DDG as part of the systematic issues or problem that are confronting the entity? Or did she generalize like she's saying now? That's what I'm trying to get.
Yeah, I don't remember any specific mention of individuals. Yeah, but I stand corrected.
No, you can therefore share the letter with me. My last question to the former doctor, I would also want to check.
She's former chairperson.
Former chair. Sorry. Former chair. She's still a doctor. Yes, she's still a doctor. Yeah.
Should we worry about the quality of your questions?
No. What becomes quite important, I would also want to ask a last question to you and then focus on NSFAS chair, because I think it is quite important that we deal with, we give a fair chance for students to understand the state of readiness of National Student Skills Fund, because most of the members would have dealt with issues of the appointments of the sitters. I'll submit my questions on that to the secretary so that the minister must respond directly. And then I think I should deal with issues of NSFAS, because I think it's only fair that we get to know and understand the details as to how ready we are. And CEO, I want to start with a question that says that as NSFAS met its commitment to finalize all outstanding student allowance payments for the 2024-25 academic years by 31st of May 2025, as you could have said, so that we're able to start it from there.
Thanks, Honorable Law. I think you mean by 30th November, right? Not 31st
Yes,
May.
yes.
Yes. We are on track to complete all outstanding disbursements. It's what we call our mop-up payment. So it's all of the payments that we would have not completed in the normal scheduled 10-month disbursement. That is scheduled for this Friday, and we are on track to complete that.
Okay, thanks. The other question I want to pose is quite significant that I think Honorable Kgabo could have touched it. And then I would want to check, because my worry is that there's an outcry of those who are out of campus as providers, whom they either accused of harming our female learned students whom are not paying due to allowances, and it's either they are removing students out of their accommodations. So I would want to know what steps has NSFAS taken to ensure that timely payment of outstanding claims from private accommodation providers are being done in this particular academic year. And then if so, we have not yet done, how many claims remain unpaid, and what is the total of these outstanding payments?
Thanks, Honorable Law. So when we would have done the presentation, I think we would have indicated that we have about 48 million rand in outstanding accommodation disbursements to accommodation providers, which we intend to settle, as I would have indicated in the previous response, by this coming Friday. We don't have more than 1,000 students which need allowance mop-ups that need to be done, and that's on the TVET side, which again we intend to conclude before the end of November, which I think then would bring the 2025 academic year disbursements to its natural conclusion. What we are focused on is strict adherence to the academic calendar for 2026, which means strict receipt of registration data, and I think in the previous presentation we would have interrogated that, because should we receive the right data for the correct students on time, it will ensure that as NSFAS we can make timely disbursements to students between February and October, as is our planned disbursement schedule. And we can not put any student in a position where they are required to be transactional in any means because they've not received the NSFAS allowance. Secondly, to prevent the issues that we've had in student accommodation, we are pre-planning. We're doing a pre-assessment of all the available beds that we have per campus versus the anticipated registrations to illustrate where we have enough capacity to accommodate students in student accommodation. Where we do not have enough student accommodation, we will encourage, if possible, students to rather opt for the transport allowance, if that is feasible. Obviously, if they live 400 kilometers away, the transport allowance doesn't become feasible. But if students are required to reside in unaccredited accommodation, we will be honest and transparent about that there. The second thing is that we intend deploying full-time capacity to institutions of higher learning to support the placement of students in student accommodation, to ensure that they are placed in places which are safe, accredited, that the lease agreement is signed on time, so that accommodation providers can also be paid consistently on time throughout the academic year. So I think that is our intention that we intend to execute on. And of course, that is the public commitment that we are making. And we know the portfolio committee will hold us accountable on those commitments.
Thanks very much. The other concerning part of the student is that we would want to check what systems or technologies have been introduced to detect or prevent ghost student claims, because it has been an issue of the past And I want to know, have we ever had to, at this particular opportune, you being an acting CEO, have you ever met an issue of ghost students? And if there are any ghost students, what are the deficits for the ghost students so far? And then have you detected them and stuff like that? Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Law. So, in relation to ghost students, right? When a student is verified by NSFAS, their ID number is confirmed. The ID number that they'll input to our system is confirmed against Home Affairs. The ID numbers of their parents is confirmed against Home Affairs. If they cite that they don't know their parents or they're living with foster care, they have to provide supporting documents to that effect. So we are quite reliant on Home Affairs in attributing that that is a citizen of the country that is applying for NSFAS. Yeah. Secondly, is that when an institution registers a student, they equally have to confirm the ID number and link that student to a student number. When we run the matching process with institutions, the ID number of the student confirmed for funding and the ID number of the student confirmed at the institution must match one another. Now, having gone through that process, you would have to defraud a lot of systems or processes to become a ghost student, right? You would have to override the NSFAS system, but equally you would have to override the Institution of Higher Learning system here. Yeah? And you'd somehow have to get those two systems to match one another, having overridden them both. I'm not saying it's beyond the realms of possibility, but there are significant controls in place to prevent that from happening here. Equally, there are similar controls over when a student can input their banking details and how they can amend their banking details in nature. Yeah. So, in my view, there are quite a number of controls which are in place, but over to that, we do additional tests. So, for example, our internal audit department will go and select a sample of students. They will ask them to present themselves at financial aid so we can test whether the students that we are funding actually exist. They will be asked to come with a proof of their ID, so we can also check that the ID numbers on the system match the IDs on the ID document here. What the Auditor General is raising, which I have quite a bit of concern about, is that we are making incorrect funding decisions. So the Auditor General takes our funding decision, it runs it against databases like eNatus, UIF, CIPC, and it says the students that you are funding don't meet the household income criteria of 350,000. I haven't had enough time to interrogate what the Auditor General is saying. We've put a task team together to investigate all of these assessments that are being done. I find it quite strange that somebody whose income is less than 350,000, the Auditor General says they are a family that owns 2 cars. But by the way, it doesn't matter. You could own 2 cars and still have household income which is less than 3. But I'm saying it's a concern that's been flagged, and we will continue to investigate.
You have never encountered any ghost students in the system? That's what I wanted to check. I agree with the systems that are in place to mitigate. Have you never encountered any ghost student that creates a deficit or a systems collapse as part of your systematic problems? That's what I wanted to check.
I can't say to you that a ghost student has been presented as evidence to me, Chair. It's continuously under investigation, but I've not received a report to that effect.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for that. I want to move, and I want to move to another question that says that there were allegations of systematic racism and bullying within NSFAS in governance structures. Slide 10 and slide 12 of your presentation. How true is this? What can you say as a CEO?
Chair, I'm not aware of any bullying or racism that would have ever occurred in my presence here.
You don't have any toxic environment in NSFAS?
Chair, I can't allude to any toxic environment that has been present since I joined NSFAS.
I'm asking this because there were a number of articles and there were a number of allegations, and hence I could have asked the minister on the letter of the former chair, because of allegations would have seen that the former chair left unhappy. Maybe, I'm not sure. That's why I wanted to clarify Parliament so that we can clarify that. Thanks.
Yeah, thanks, Honorable Whip. So, unfortunately, the issue of the media is a little bit tricky because the resignation letter of the chair, including her letter to the minister, somehow found its way into the media. The media presented questions, I think it was the Monday or the Tuesday after the chairperson had departed, asking me specifically to respond to allegations that had been made against me. As you know, if you don't respond to the media, they will put a nice piece at the end of the article to say, we repeatedly requested comment from NSFAS and there was a failure to respond. So once you get questions, that is your right of reply in terms of the press code. As the delegated representative of the board, I drafted responses to indicate our view as to the matters of the former chair and duly responded to the media. I'd be happy to share with the committee chair the questions. It was from 2 publications. Business Day would have sent us questions as well as News 24. I'd be happy to share with the committee secretariat the questions we received as well as the responses that we provided.
Honorable Khakha.
Just on this point, Dr. Stander, the CEO says he knows nothing about a toxic culture of intimidation and victimization and all the things that you have identified. Have you, during your tenure as the chairperson of the board of NSFAS, ever brought it to this acting CEO's attention that what you have registered now is your observation during your tenure? Had you done any of that? Dr. Stander, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, so do you have a response? Or would you like me to repeat my question?
No, I did raise it. Maybe you didn't understand it in that way when it was raised, but I did raise it.
When you raised it, what was his response?
I can't recall word for word what the response would have been.
Dr. Stander.
Yes, sir.
I also came across allegations that you have once written to OUTA to either attack the CEO or the minister. How true is that?
Written to OUTA to attack
The minister or the CEO?
No, I've never written to OUTA to do any of that. I visited OUTA with the former minister and the DG. We had a meeting together, all of us. I also had a meeting with the OUTA with the acting CEO after the meeting with the DG and the former minister, with permission from the former minister. That is my engagement with OUTA. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Stander, just for the record, you are saying you had a meeting with the OUTA yourself, the DG, and the former minister.
Yes, sir.
When was this?
Just when I started a chair, it was still at the University of Pretoria.
You're not clear there. You're saying just around?
Just when I was appointed,
at
just
the
after I
beginning
met
of
with
the
the SIU. Yes, yeah. And it was still at the University of Pretoria.
Okay, no, it's fine. Honorable Law.
Oh, you never had a meeting while you were at NSFAS? Okay.
No, I was at NSFAS, but the meeting was held at the University of Pretoria.
Or you don't mind telling us what was in the agenda to discuss? Maybe in a summary?
I think in general, what was discussed was well, I would put it the accommodation related issues. And what I don't know, for the lack of a better word, what I would call almost a I don't know, capture of accommodation, or the I don't know how accommodation was put together previously into a money making machine. I don't know how to put it. But I can tell you that the engagement with ALTA and the previous engagement with the SIU has made me fear for my life as I'm sitting here.
Wait, Chair. Doctor, I wish you could have maybe spoke out of the mic so we can hear you properly, because I would have liked you to repeat what you have submitted, because I would have wanted to know what was on the agenda without so that I can do my follow-ups as you go. So I'm not sure, you are not a bit clear. Don't you mind repeating yourself?
I think can you hear me now?
Yes.
The agenda was mostly around ALTA's investigations that they have been doing before our time on NSFAS, and the operational matters and inefficiencies and accommodation issues and accreditation. A lot of what the portfolio committee has raised, accommodation not being up to standard, that type of thing. I can't hear. No, I can't hear.
Okay, no, thanks. My question was based on the fact that after having this meeting of accommodation, have you ever raised it in the board, or the board members, or with the CEO?
Yes, I had after this meeting with AUTA, there was a second meeting with AUTA, so that the acting CEO was also present, so that he would also know what is going on. It was the similar issues was raised by the SIU, and the current chairperson or acting chairperson was in that meeting with the SIU, as well as Advocate Kuta, that's also there today.
Dr. Standard, thank you very much. My time is up. I appreciate that you could have given that information. One will follow up to a letter, and then to check to those that you could have mentioned on the discussions and the agenda. Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. So that thanks.
Yeah, no, hold on. No, I'll give you just a few seconds. Advocate Kuta, what is your understanding of the King 4 code? King 4.
Is to ensure that corporate governance, to ensure that you comply with corporate governance issues.
And it is your considered view that it shows good corporate governance when somebody changes their responses depending on the the meeting setting, or depending on where they are? Do you think that shows good corporate governance?
Chair, your question is tricky because I don't have the context.
No, we're just in principle. We're going to go to context at a later
Oh,
stage.
okay.
We're still busy with principles. No, the principle, do you think it's good corporate governance for somebody? Or would that person show good corporate governance if their responses depends on where they are?
I would say it does not.
I really appreciate. I want to draw a picture for you, Minister, quickly. I think I want to share the sentiments first of colleagues who believe that our biggest problem in the sector is with the whole department. It's with the Department of Higher Education. We have big problems. On the 3rd of September, we had a meeting in Caledon. The department, unprovoked, gave us a presentation on infrastructure because Parliament has identified our committee as one of those that must respond or do oversight on infrastructure because of the amount of money that we put as government on infrastructure. So we write to the department and say, department, give us a report on infrastructure. Unprovoked, the Director General makes a presentation. In the presentation, the Director General says, we have not spent this money on student accommodation for Majoba TVET College and Hertzbanda TVET College because we were awaiting ministerial approval. We sit here in this meeting just after the meeting of the 19th. I think it was on the 24th of October, if I'm not mistaken. Or something, 22. I think 22nd of October, or, yeah, it was not the 29th, 22nd of October. No, around September, I think 24 September. Honorable Zondo asks, you were present in the meeting, asks this question. Then the DG, the acting DG was acting DG that day. Then he says, no, planning can answer it better. DDG Gasa gives a different answer. And he says, no, it was not a ministerial delay. But that was because the minister is in the meeting. And we believe that the department gives us answers depending on who's in the meeting. The DG, on the 14th of May, 2025, members asks construction center, why have you not implemented the Tuja report where we have spent 18.9 million of state resources that we don't have? The question was asked to construction center, the DG responds, unprovoked. He says, we have implemented, we're on high speed. We're implementing that. Hey, we are very far. Hey, we're here in this vein, yes. 14 May. Yes. And I asked him, why are you answering why? Just like I was asking Date Mabuse. Why are you answering why you have, what you are not asked? On the 19th of September, the last time the DG attended our meeting, he says to us, we have not implemented the Duja report because it was never given to us. I've never seen it. He says, I've never seen it. Yeah, then all of a sudden he says, oh. He wanted to
Say it was contested and it was
Yeah.
tampered with. You can't implement.
Yeah. So, this person, now that we know now, you know what we've known all along. Because this question of the regional manager of KZN, we have written, I don't know how many questions to the ministry, to your predecessor and yourself. And now you know the facts. And in the letter that you wrote to us, you had indicated that this Director General has written to you twice. Well, I'm just making examples of two. But there are many examples I can make. On the 31st of May, he was busy whispering to the former minister. Every time the former minister must answer, he whispers. And then he said he doesn't know anything. In that meeting, he commented, I think it was Honorable Kakao asked him a question. Okay, Abuti, because you are whispering, tell us what happened. Or the process was clean. You see, I've been a DG for some time. This is the cleanest process I've ever seen of this accounting authorities. This was 31 May 2025. On the 21st, when you took oath as a minister, on that day, no, on the 22nd, we had a meeting of the committee. Unprovoked, he said, before we close check, can I just say something? I allow him. He says, I'm going to allow you, Donor. He says, Chair, I'm sure I'm speaking, and I'm quoting him verbatim, because I sat there and I looked at him and I said, Angiaz Lindole. He said, I'm sure I'm speaking on behalf of all the DGs, that processes like this, if they're given to us, we'll run them smoothly. The problem is when we're not given space to work. In essence, a day after former minister was removed, he no longer knew. He was no longer, was excluded from this thing. Now, he has written to you twice. The only reason that we kept on asking you is the DG does not have delegation to appoint or transfer officials on level 14. This is one of his responses to you. But he does not tell you that it is him who wrote a memo misleading the minister that this fellow, Ngubane, is in the employ of basic education. It's him who wrote it. And said to the minister, this person is in the employ. When this person had resigned, we told him that's not, what you have said to us is not true. He said, no, it was a transfer in our meeting. Now, one member was asking you, I think it was Honorable Mseza, that what is the minister going to do in restoring, because haina double up, in restoring credibility in the department. You have a director general who, by the way, has cost the state. This person was supposed to have applied to be a regional manager. The state was defrauded. Yeah, the state was defrauded from this 2020. This person, even if you go through this document, you'll see, they sign it, I think in February, they say the transfer will take effect from October of the previous year. Moshapaga back pay. A person who had resigned in August was at home, having resigned with immediate effect, gave solid reasons, we agree, why he wanted to resign. But he resigned. Now this person, in fact, it does not even end there. If you look there, he was even given a pay raise. Now, from a corporate governance point of view, Minister, are you willing to agree that this one needs, we need to restore credibility, we need to restore, maybe let me not say credibility, we need to restore trust, confidence on our people that once a wrong thing is found, your ministry is willing to correct it, Minister.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've just asked Acting DG Zungu to just write me the chronology in terms of time. So when you see him whispering or sending something, please do not crucify him. I've asked him for that chronology of events. When we had the debate on the budget vote, Honorable Msezana mentioned this case as part of the debate. And at the time, as part of the debate, I indicated in my response that we do not act on the basis of allegations without investigations. I mean, without evidence, and so on and so forth. And true to form, as soon as I took oath of office, Honorable Msezana quickly reminded me by writing me a letter, specifically, informing me of the details, because at the time when I received the letter, all I was aware of was the statement Honorable Msezana had made in Parliament. And so he sent me a letter asking for information in this regard. I wrote to him back. I think there were several issues that he was asking me about, but I can remember specifically about this issue, indicating that I've put it to the DG to get a response. And subsequent to that, Honorable Msezana asked me, what have I done? I told him that I have received a response from the DG, which I'm not happy about, and I have asked for more information. And even with the information, the more information that I had asked for, are still not happy. About a day or two ago, I don't think that that's necessary actually. So about a day or two ago, I think on Monday, the information which I am made to believe has now been sent to the Secretariat today was brought to my attention. Now, this is information which
Chair, sorry. Chair. Actually, the minister is speaking on the order of events. He only spoke about the first response from the DG, not the second one, which he has alerted that it was on the 30th of
No,
October.
he's responding to my question about the good corporate governance.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I think that the point is that that information which we've now sent to, which I've consistently, indicated to the honourable members that I can only act on the basis of information. So that information we've sent to the Secretariat, and that's the information which I'm going to be applying my mind in terms of what action is to be taken. I must emphasize, since Chairperson referred to King 4, that just like any other matter, this matter will be dealt with legally and rationally, and so on and so forth. If I think if I could leave it, on that, just to give the committee the satisfaction that I am attending to this matter. I do not think that it will help the matter if I ventilate the details thereof here in Parliament. If I can beg your indulgence, thank you.
No, thank you, Minister. Well, the issue was just to comment, to give confidence that the matter is being attended to. We don't sweep things under the carpet. That is the point I wanted. We do have the chronology. You also have them, Ms. Kruger gave them to you. From 2022, this is what happened until the person, I think, even resigned. So I was going to say, when you get into the issue of chronology, first page of that report speaks about those things. Advocate Kuda, earlier on I asked TDG Fuchani, what is a legal meaning, when she was talking to us about the current council of Northern Cape being in charge of, or also taking care of, other 8 councils. And it says the terms of reference there, or the contract they have with them, is that they are appointed until end of February or until their councils are appointed. What is your understanding of that statement?
Chair, I do not want to mislead you or mislead the committee. I'll need to go and check what the CET Act says, and I do not have a copy right now with me.
Okay. I'm not asking specifically about, I'm just making an example. Not specifically about what it's, but if a contract says, Deboho, like me as a member of parliament, deployed by the ANC, our contract says I'm appointed until the next elections, or if the ANC removes me. What does that, what is your understanding of that statement? Does it mean that if the ANC doesn't remove me and 2029 elections come, I can still continue to 2030, 31, 32, and all of that? Does it mean that thing? It's not a trick question. I'm just trying to understand. I see you think we're trying to trick you. We're not. We're just asking a legal understanding. I think it's a very simple concept.
Yes, Chair, you can say it is simple because you do have the context of your question. But in my view, any contract would be would be allowed to run in terms of what is in the contract. If the contract says, come 2029, you should be out, I don't see why you should not be out when the contract says so. However, if your understanding of the contract is different from the person you had a contract with, you might find that there is now a dispute that has been a dispute that has been declared. That is why I'm saying, Chair, it depends on the understanding between the parties who are parties to that contract. Thank you,
Yeah.
Chair.
So when people draft contracts, you are a lawyer, you draft contracts all the time. What would be the reason why there must be a date, a specific date?
That specific date, Chair, would be the date that would say this is the end of the contract, it's expiring, or depending whether there is a provision for it to be extended.
Yeah, if there's no provision, what I've just said is, Tebogo, your contract ends May 2029, or if your party removes you. What does that mean? Does it mean I can come tomorrow and say, I understood this thing to be saying, I can go beyond 2029 May?
Because, Chair, you have now used "or" in your example. And in that case, if your party does not remove you, it would be correct for you to continue with coming to your job, if it's a job. But if the party uses the second part of the sentence that we just made an example of, it would have removed you and it would be the end of the contract.
Just to understand you are saying to me, that statement, if my party doesn't remove me and 2029 arrives, I must come back to Parliament even when that party does not have seats in Parliament.
That's a different scenario now.
No,
Because
Advocate, you see, that's why I said the problem is you want to complicate. You responded correctly, but you decided